So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Day 4 training program of ours. And I believe my audio is reaching and screen is visible. Can somebody gives me a heads up?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So any doubt or queries before starting with Day 4 training? Hope you have received the recordings and you able to access those recording links.
Yes.
Okay, fine then. So let's go to our sample case studies folder. We are going to discuss now the formula and functions in a row, and then we go for discussing the charts and graphs. So go to the file name called corporate case studies over there. And just to connect with you, the data what we have discussed in this file is last topic, the data visualization, the different visualization styles, like our data bars, park lines, icon sets. So instead of sending the boring data over there to the next level, how to add some kind of value in terms of visuals. So we'll not be making our file size heavy and it will be saying an instant story to the people over there. Now, we are going to discuss over here, the next sheet is called Lookup. So now we are going to discuss the most powerful formula of our function of our Excel, naming called VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So we'll go and discuss one by one. VLOOKUP. If at all anybody is not aware, please let me know. Anybody, if you do not know VLOOKUP, please drop me a message. Don't know. Because if you do not know,
I have heard about it, but I have not worked any time.
Okay, no problem.
I don't know at all, like
okay,
how to do it.
Fine, no problem. Anybody else, people? Be honest. See, there is no hard and fast rule that everybody should be aware of all these things. People learn from their own experience or with someone's guidance. So if you do not know, I can start from the scratch. We can make our complete understanding about VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Then we go for the next level.
Yes, I heard VLOOKUP and I'm seeing some YouTube videos for doing some performance on it.
Okay. Yes, people. Anybody else?
Prabhas, I know a little bit about VLOOKUP, but HLOOKUP I have not.
No problem. We'll go for HLOOKUP in the next level. So anyway, let me start with our VLOOKUP formula. So anybody who is not clear also, you can make your fundamental things clear, the do's and don'ts of our VLOOKUP, where we can apply VLOOKUP, what we can do with VLOOKUP, and why it is called a so powerful formula, we are going to discuss in detail. So first of all, VLOOKUP, V stands for vertical. Basically, VLOOKUP is required to search our data, in a huge data sets. Like take an example. I have got some employee codes. I do not have the rest of details about those employees. So I am looking for my employee name, date of joining, date of birth, their email ID, phone number, anything I'm looking for, where I have to search in the master data, the employee master data. Now, if I'm looking for employee master data, there might be a 10,000 or more than 10,000 records might be there. So if I am looking for only my department employee IDs, hardly 10 people are there, and I have to search in 10,000 records. So what we do in that case, we go and keep on searching by Control F, and we copy, then we paste. So this is how the routine activities we do a lot of times. Fine. Hardly 10 items are there. Maximum 10 minutes it will take to search. Now think about a real-time situation. If I have got some stock or inventory codes and I am looking for their stock, how much it is available as on date. So I have to look into my stock statement. So organization stock statement, definitely, it will be running in pages. And if you talk about number of line items, probably maybe 1 lakh. So I am looking for 1000 material codes I have, and those 1000 material cases I am looking for in 1 lakh case, 1 lakh line item. Now, if I'm looking for 1000 times going for Control F, it will take my whole day. So in that case, people, we have to use our formula called VLOOKUP. Basically, it is helping me to search my data and whatever the adjacent records I'm looking for, I can fetch it with no time. So it will be more clear when we start working with a simple example. Don't worry. So I'm going to take you through an example. Suppose say I have to purchase a new laptop or I have to buy a new laptop. Okay. Now I have seen a lot of brands around my office, my friends, my colleagues are using. So I have made a list of brands in a Excel file. Whatever the brands I know, I made a list of that. Take an example. I kept it. Then I went to a shop. I asked the vendor, sir, can you please give me a catalog if you have something so that I can find out which is my best suitable laptop for my budget and as well as the configuration, what I'm looking for, I can select it or I can take a call what laptop we should go for. Okay, so vendor has given a catalog having brands and rates in a piece of paper because he doesn't have any soft copy. He gave it in a piece of paper, assume for the time being. Now, taking that paper, I came back to my office, my workplace space, or my home, anything you take it. And now I have a job. What is that? Whatever the brands I have listed in that Excel file, adjacent column rate I need to populate by looking at the data given by the vendor. So now if I need to do the job, how will I do it? So no need to do anything, just watch my screen, what I'm doing. So first I'll be looking at my own data, my Excel file. What is the first brand? Acer. I will take that. Now where I'll go and search in the vendor's catalog, whether Acer is there. Yes. How much is the price? 22,000. I will come back to my Excel column naming called rate and there I'll be populating like this. Do you agree with me? If I happen to do the job manually, I'll be doing like this.
No. No.
No? Then what you're going to do?
Usually control F5.
Yeah. That is what. We'll take this, we'll go for this list and we'll check Acer is there, then corresponding data, copy and paste. Or we just type it manually, the same thing. Again, this is what we do it manually. That is my question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, I found the value of Acer. Then what is the next one? Apple. I will take that again. I will check whether in the vendor's catalog, which is given in a piece of paper, is it containing over there anywhere Apple? Yes. How much is the price? 45,000. I'll come back to my list. I will typing it over here, 45,000. Like this, I'll be doing one by one. I'll be taking the brand. I will check and I'll find the value. If it is there, I will populate over here, right? So this is how I will be doing for 8 or 9 different times, how many times or whatever the brands, number of brands, if I need to look into, I have to do that many number of times. All right, people, do you agree the overall, what's the task of ours?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is what we did it manually, correct? Because here I have the data in a piece of paper and this is what I am entering in Excel. So I have no other option. I have to check one by one and I have to get my result. Now the same thing, when you ask Excel to deliver the result, Excel will be taking the help of VLOOKUP formula. So what we did manually, the same thing VLOOKUP does in Excel. So hope you got an overall idea what VLOOKUP does. Can I take that? How to write, I will tell you, don't worry about it. But what it does, is it clear?
Yes.
Right. Now, the question is how to write my VLOOKUP formula. See, as we have developed the practice, first, we will select our entire range. Okay. So first 1 minute, watch my screen, what I'm doing. Then next 1 minute, you can try also. See, I will go and take you through each and every element of VLOOKUP. First, you watch my screen, please. Equal to VLOOKUP. When I go for it, what it demands me? Lookup value. What is the meaning by lookup value? Lookup value, as we discussed, when we start doing the job manually, what we did, first we have looked into our list and what is the first brand we picked up that. That's what we did, people, right?
Yeah.
So this is nothing but my lookup value. So what is the meaning by lookup value? Lookup value is nothing but what we have with us to search. So we have Acer brand to search. That's why we picked up lookup value. Okay. So lookup value is clear.
Yeah.
Coming to next, table array. Table array. What we did, taking the SR data, where did you try to search? We search in this array, correct?
Yeah.
That's called your table array, nothing but. So table array is nothing but where you have to search. So I repeat, what you have with you to search is lookup array, a lookup value. Where you have to search is your table array. Now come on. What is the next thing it is asking? COL index number. So it is nothing but COL stands for column index number. So now, when we did the job manually, we have never discussed anything about column index number like that. Then why VLOOKUP is asking like this? Valid question, genuine question, keep it in a hold. Now, let's get one step back. Kindly look at my screen. The moment we took the lookup value, can you see it has taken the font color as blue? And it is applied the same blue color border to our lookup value. Similarly, when you go for table array, it has changed the font color to maroon and the same color, maroon color border it has given to the vendor's catalog also. Why VLOOKUP is doing like this? What is the reason behind it? Yes, people? Any idea?
Its color code denotes this value which is in that color.
Okay. So in a simple term, if you discuss what it is defining, let's discuss. See, when this formula table array, it is taking this border area and it is applying to a border to that, it is a simple message to us. In this border area only, we have to read our data. So in this border area, how many columns are there? You just check it out and tell me.
2.
How do you read our data in Excel? We read from left to right or right to left?
Left to right.
So what is the first column? What is the first column?
Brand.
What is the second column?
Rate.
Out of the 2 columns, which column data is already there with us?
Brand. Brand.
What we are looking for?
Rate.
Rate is in which column?
Second, right one. Second.
So you should, no. You should not read by this. That's what I told you. You should not read by this. You should read in this border area. So in border area, 2 columns are there. Column 1 is brand, column 2 is rate. Column 1 is already there with us. Column 2 we are looking for. So our column index number is 2. So how to define the column index number? Is it clear?
Yeah, what we are looking for, the data, that is our column index number.
Simple,
right?
simple.
Okay.
Come on. What it is asking now, let's go and discuss. This is asking now range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match. There are a lot of things it is asking and quite confusing also. And when we did the job manually, we never discussed something about like this range lookup, this, that, and all. Then why VLOOKUP is asking such kind of things and making the things more complex? Fine, valid question. Ignore this. All these things are confusing, so ignore this. Just to remember one thing, VLOOKUP always ends up with 0. VLOOKUP always ends up with 0. Now, what is the significance of typing 0? 0 stands for one-to-one match or exact match. So what is the meaning by one-to-one match or exact match? I'll tell you. When you took the first brand, what is the first brand we have in our list?
ACER.
What is the spelling?
ACER. ACER.
So it is demanding that if at all in the vendor's catalog ACER is there, then corresponding second column, the value will be picked up as the answer. So this is nothing but our one-to-one match or exact match. And here, if suppose R is missing or here E is missing and it is not having one-to-one match, then column number 2, though we have given, but it will not fetch the data out of that. So this is called nothing but your one-to-one match or exact match. Hope it is clear. What is one-to-one match? What is exact match?
But yes, sometimes it could be different. Like suppose if I got the data, suppose if I'm having a student's data, suppose their name and surname, and I'm looking for their marks. So I want to fetch the data, but their surname might have some different like spellings. So it will not fetch the data, right?
That is the reason why you should have the student ID. You should not search by the student name, because maybe.
So still we should put zero only.
Yes.
Or
zero only.
Okay.
Zero only.
Okay.
Because VLOOKUP purpose, you should have always a unique column. You should choose always a unique column. So maybe the student name may be same, but student ID cannot be same, correct? So enrollment ID, student ID, or PS number, employee ID, anything. So where you believe, where you believe this is a unique column, that column should you choose as a common data. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Now formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for the rest. As we know, what is the shortcut to apply the formula for the entire cell? Very good. The moment we go for this, we got the result, but there are certain cases like Dell, Toshiba, Samsung, it doesn't pick up the value. Why it is like this? Let's go and select. Now, the moment you look at, when I copy this formula towards down, can you see this border color area also moving down?
Yeah. To lock the column.
Absolutely. So if you go to Samsung, it is going even further down. If you go to Toshiba, it's going further down. So as we know, though I am looking for Acer or Toshiba, it has to always search the data starting from brand ending up with 45,000. It should not go beyond that. Do you agree with me, friends?
Yes.
So what we need to do is, as we know, we have to select the entire range and open the formula. Which element is creating a trouble for us? VLOOKUP has 4 different elements: lookup value, table array, column index number, match type. So out of these 4 elements, which is creating a trouble?
Table array.
The border area. The border area starts from C3 to D13. So this is creating a trouble for me. And this should not move down or move right. C4 should not go to C3, should not go to C4. D13 should not go to D14. C3 should not go to D3. D13 should not go to E13. So neither move down nor move right. So no movement. F4, how many times?
2 times.
Once. Did the formula, did you remember? Day 2.
Yeah.
We have discussed about the formula to calculate the difference between two setup of the employees experience we have calculated. And there we have used 3 different types of locking system. F4 once, so column will be locked, row will be locked, no movement. F4 twice, row will be locked, column will be free. F4 thrice, column will be locked, row will be free. Yeah. Now the moment you go on, guys, any questions, anybody? If there is no questions, please ensure your mic is on mute. If you have any questions, you can ask me, no issues. Now, once we have made the formula rectified over here only with one cell, but we need to apply for the entire range. What is the shortcut?
Control Enter.
Go for it. And we got the data ready. So this is how we have understood whenever there is a need, we can go for application of our VLOOKUP formula and we can get our result over here. So please give it a try. Any difficulties in understanding, please feel free to ask. This is very, very essential formula in our routine activities. We need the most. People, is it working? Any doubt, any queries?
I'm getting not applicable data over there, even if I'm locking it.
Okay, could you please share the screen?
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, here. Now, suppose if I put the formula into bracket V cup, comma.
No, why before V you are applying the bracket?
Okay, there is no any bracket at all.
No.
There is another
Direct formula equal to V lookup. After that, bracket open.
Okay, okay. Acha. And then lookup value will be this one.
No, lookup.
No, sorry. No, this one.
Right.
Okay.
Lookup value,
Then
what
comma,
you have with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Comma, this one. Then again, comma, and then number 2 will be like second column, comma 0. And then I will have to give here F4. Yeah. Is it twice, once, right?
Once only, so that no movement will be there. Both will be locked. Yeah.
Oh, I did not select the complete.
Yeah, you did not. So now you can double click on the fill handle. Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. So I'm taking the control on the screen, and I believe everybody is clear with our VLOOKUP formula, people. Can I take that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let us go for our HLOOKUP. So, like VLOOKUP, we have got another formula called HLOOKUP. And where to use HLOOKUP? When data comes in horizontal format, because VLOOKUP only help me if my data is in vertical format. So V stands for vertical, H stands for horizontal. So now if you can see, we have got the same data, like we can take this data to row items, which is given by the vendor. Same laptop case studies we are doing. So these 2 row items is a vendor's catalog, is in a piece of paper. All right. Below to that, we have got a list of brands. This is our list where we need to populate the rates below to that, having a check or having a look at the vendor's catalog one by one. Now, if that is the case, then how to bring the result? So as we know, we have got the entire array to get the answer. So I have developed the practice. I told you in day 1 itself, always select your solution area. Okay, then going to equal to formula HLOOKUP. Now, why HLOOKUP? Because our data is there in horizontal format. Okay. Now, lookup value, the first thing, like VLOOKUP ask for lookup value, HLOOKUP also ask for lookup value. So what is the meaning by lookup value? I told you. Anybody, please?
Yeah, D23. First one, SL.
Yeah, SL, that is what we have with us to search. Come on. Next, table array. VLOOKUP was also asking table array. HLOOKUP was also asking table array. What is the meaning by table array? I told you.
The Samsung that we are looking for.
Right. Where to search? In the vendor's catalog. You can select from the brand or you can select from Samsung also, no issue. So I'll go for selecting from the brand, and the moment I give. Now we know in VLOOKUP case, when we copied the formula down, Dell, Toshiba, Samsung, it was showing NA. Though value was there, it was showing NA because the formula reference, the table array is also moving down. Did you remember?
Yeah. Yes.
So here, when we are going to copy this formula towards right, this table array is definitely going to move right. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So when you know this problem is going to come, then why don't you rectify the formula in the designing mode itself? So what we are supposed to do for no movement?
Yeah, lock the row. Lock that.
Not the row alone, entire thing, F4 once, no movement, neither towards down nor towards right. Neither towards down nor towards right. So no movement, F4 once, comma. Now what is the next thing it is looking for? Row index number. VLOOKUP, it was asking column index number, but HLOOKUP, it is asking row index number. Now the way you have decided to give your column index number, similarly, row index number also we are going to discuss. So see, as I told you, table array, the border area, how many row items we have?
2.
So what is I mean, the way you read your data. How do you read your data? Top to bottom or bottom to top?
Top to bottom.
Top to bottom. So what is your first row?
Brand.
What is the second row?
Rate.
Out of the two row items, which row item data is already there with us?
Brand.
One. First one.
Yeah, first one is already there with us. What we are looking for?
Second one.
Second. So the row index number is definitely going to be 2. So this is how you have to take call for row index number. Now, comma. This is asking again range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match. And in VLOOKUP, this was also the same thing demanding, but I told you, ignore everything. And how to end up with the formula?
0.
What is the significance of 0?
Matching.
Exact
match.
Yeah, exact match or one-to-one match. So here also, HLOOKUP also ends up with 0. Bracket close. Formula is ready only for a cell. Need to apply for the entire selected criteria. What is the shortcut? Control enter. We got the record. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can go for a simple HLOOKUP formula for horizontal lookup and you can get the answer. So please give it a try and check HLOOKUP is working for you. Any doubt, any queries, please feel free to ask.
Yes.
Yes, done.
Okay. How about others people?
Yeah, done.
Okay. Any questions, any doubt from anybody? So again, it is a request to everyone, people. Day 1, day 2, as I told you, everything you need to practice. It shows today. I realized that even yesterday, I also told you there was a lack of practice because what I'm supposed to get the answer, I'm not getting the right way answers. So it's again, take it seriously, do practice well, follow the recordings because everything is pinpoint, step by step. It is defined over there. So make use of that and understand the subject matter because these things, if you do not clear, again, you will be going back to the old school of thoughts. So there's no point of investing time or money in the training. All right. Fine then. So people, I believe that everybody is clear with our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP.
Yes.
Regarding the application, there is no hindrance. You can apply VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP between two different Excel sheets, two different Excel files, or in the same worksheet itself, top to bottom, left to right. Even if you have the data, you can still apply. But the moment you go for VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, you got to satisfy 3 validation rules. It's not like whichever the data or whatever the data you have, blindly you can go and apply. No, you have to always stick to the rules. So what are the rules? Very, very essential one. Stay focused first. No need to maintain anything. I'll be immediately copying and pasting the same in the chat box also. First, try to understand what I'm speaking. So let me first put it in a proper tabular format. So I'll go for VLOOKUP, rules, and HLOOKUP. All right. So now VLOOKUP. First rule is saying that the data has to be in vertical format. If the data is in vertical format there, then only VLOOKUP can be applied. Say, take an example. If you look at our data over here, the vendor's catalog, if you look at, this is there in vertical format, and here also it is there in vertical format. That's why we could able to apply the VLOOKUP formula over here. Okay. Now, similarly, if you go for HLOOKUP, it demands that data has to be in horizontal format, then only I can help you. What is the meaning by horizontal format? Here, the data is in horizontal format, and I am also looking for the data in horizontal format only. That's why I could apply HLOOKUP. So the first rule, VLOOKUP purpose and HLOOKUP purpose, is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Rule number 2, VLOOKUP says that there should not be any duplicate. There should not be any duplicate. Where? In the vendor's master or vendor's catalog, you can say VC, vendor's catalog, in short form I'm writing. Okay, what does it mean? Let's go and discuss. Stay focused, please. The moment we ask the vendor to give a catalog, the vendor, if he gives a catalog having the brand column, any duplicates, so it will be a problem. So brand column should not contain any kind of duplicate. Rate may be duplicate, no problem. In our case, brand may be duplicate, no issues. But vendor's data, brand column should not have any duplicate. If at all duplicate is there, VLOOKUP will pick the first value. This is the default nature of VLOOKUP. And why it is taking always the first value? Because VLOOKUP works with only unique data entry. So in a range, whatever the things comes first, it treats as a unique data. Rest of the data, it consider as a duplicate. So this is the reason why you have to ensure that there should not be any duplicate in the master data, vendor's catalog, vendor's master, anything you name it. Similarly, the same rule goes for our HLOOKUP also.
Prabhas,
Yeah.
if there is any duplicate data in the vendor's catalog, then how can we remove that duplicacy? Like there may be more than 1,000 entries or 1,000 names would be there. How can we remove? We know that duplicates are there.
Right.
We cannot read each and every word or the name of the products or something.
Good
or
question.
the employee's name. We cannot keep reading it.
Right. Good question. So definitely I will help you out with regard to that. Will you please allow me just 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So now VLOOKUP says that in the master data, brand should not be duplicate. Here HLOOKUP also the same rule follows. There should not be any duplicate in the master data. Now coming to rule number 3, data flow has to be always left to right. Data flow has to be always left to right. So what does it mean? Like VLOOKUP, if you see, suppose the moment I ask my vendor to give a catalog, if he has given the catalog in this format, then VLOOKUP will not work. Can you see that? Because VLOOKUP cannot read your data from right to left. It cannot read your data. Okay. So it's not mandatory also that rate column has to be, excuse me, immediate right to the brand column. Okay. It may be like this also, no problem. But while selecting the table array, you cannot select holding the control button like this and consider this as column index number 2. No, that's not possible. You have to always select starting from brand and ending with rate. So before brand, any other column, serial number, date, anything is there, that is no need to select. Similarly, after rate also, if you have many more columns, you no need to select. So what you have understood? The data which is common should be the first column of my table array. The desired column which you are looking for, that should be the last column of table array. Hope it is clear.
And one doubt.
Yeah.
If there are any, like you mentioned, it should be on the right side of the brand, rate should be.
Yeah.
But between the brand and rate, there are 2-3 other columns, data is also there.
Yeah.
So while selecting the range, should we select all the data?
Of course.
Or we should, should hide them?
No. Even though you hide also, this will be within the proper range property. See, what is the meaning by range? This is called range.
Yes.
So even though my data is there in R column, and my common data is in L column, I have to consider M, N, all these things columns I have to include. So while selecting the table array, you got to select like this. You cannot, even though you
Okay.
hide M, N, O, P, Q, even though you hide, you cannot consider R column is the second one. You have to consider 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay. So complete range has to be
Of
given.
course, you
Right.
have to.
Okay.
Right. So this is called data flow has to be always left to right. Similarly, HLOOKUP says that the data flow has to be always top to bottom. So what is the meaning by top to bottom? See, the moment we have taken up this data over here and my vendor, suppose he has given the data over there, the catalog in this format, say, then HLOOKUP cannot read the data from bottom to top. So this is the reason why the data flow has to be always top to bottom. You have to consider for HLOOKUP. So these are the three essential rules of our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP people. Any point of time you are applying these formulas, you have to always remember these rules. And if at all any point your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP is not working, probably one of the reason the rules may not be satisfied. So you have to be very careful while application of your VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Hope all these rules are clear, what I showed you.
Yes.
Also, Prabhas, sir, if the main data from where we are picking up for VLOOKUP and HLOOKUp, if the main master file has certain format, do we need to paste the entire master file in another tab and then apply VLOOKUP on it?
See, it's not mandatory rule. Sometimes what it happens when you download the data from SAP or ERP, as we discussed in day 2, the date column and the number column will not be in proper format. So if you are applying the VLOOKUP for your dates or number column, then you have to first do the necessary data cleaning. Then you go for application of VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP. Because if you do not do that, the data seems like similar, but it will not be working because of two different formats.
Correct, correct. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, people, can I take that? All the rules are clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, coming to the question raised by our friend Pranjali, she asked me, Prabhas, if you have duplicates in place, then how to deal with the same? Because this is always really killing. And if at all somebody has done the manual data entry, there might be a chance of committing the duplicate entries also. So if that is the case, then how to deal with? Okay, let me show you something over here. If you want to work with me, you can, else you can watch my screen. So which one you want to prefer? You want to just see my screen or you want to work with me?
Yeah, first option.
Okay. So I'll take some data. So I have taken some data over here and deliberately and put some, say, duplicate entries over here. Okay. So I have got some data. Okay. Now I selected this, copied, pasted over here. You can paste over here, here, and here. Now, suppose say I have a data range. I want to check, is there any duplicate? If it is available, it should get highlighted with color red. If this is the case, then we have to select our data, going to home, conditional formatting. We have an option called highlight cell rules where duplicate values is a direct options we do have. So I can take this option duplicate values and immediately whatever the formatting I need to apply, I can do over here. So it is taking a ready-made format of light pink color background and the font color should be red. It is taking. If I do not like this, I want to take something of my own. I can go for the drop down over here, custom format. I can choose. And this custom format, if I go for it, there will be a dialog box appears. Fill color, I want to go for red. Font color, I want to make it of white color. And if I want to make it bold, all this kind of customizations you can do. Now, when I go and click OK, again, OK, can you see that? Wherever the duplicates are there, it is getting highlighted. So this is called highlight your duplicate values. Okay.
Okay.
This is the direct options. Our conditional formatting we do have. Now, suppose I do not want to highlight the duplicates. I'm pretty sure, okay, wherever duplicates is there, I want to remove the same. We have got a direct options again. Going to data, here after text to column, there is a key over here naming called remove duplicates. So this option is called remove duplicates. Okay, if I go for it, now what happens? It gives me a dialog box asking, where is the data? Data is in the data column. Okay, click OK, fine. So immediately 4 duplicates values found and removed, 9 unique values remain. So this is called our removal of duplicates. Okay, hope this is clear, Pranjali.
Yeah.
Now, suppose say I do not want to highlight the duplicate, neither I want to remove the duplicate, because if I remove, if at all anything goes wrong, tomorrow I may not be having the data. So this is why I do not want to take the risk. If at all duplicate is there, I want to hide duplicates. I want to hide those duplicates. How to do that? See the beauty. I will select one more time my data over here. Going to the data menu, we have an option called advanced. In data, we do have an option called advanced. And this advanced menu options, when I go and check, this will going to give me a advanced filter dialog box on the screen where list is already defined. What is the existing data where I need to check the duplicates and need to hide. There is an option called over here unique records only. Checkbox is not activated. I have to select that. And the moment I click OK, with immediate effect, can you see it is remaining with only the unique data and rest of the data, whatever we had, that is hidden if at all anything is duplicate over here. All right. So now the question is over here, how will I know that? From the row numbers, see 7, 8, 9, 10 is missing, 11, after that 14 is there. So 12, 13 definitely must be duplicate. So wherever the duplicate entries are there, now it is hidden. So this is called hiding our duplicates. Hope this is clear, how to hide your duplicates.
Yeah.
Now going to data, if I want to restore my data, I can go and make it clear. All right. Now here, next thing is, I do not want to highlight duplicate. Neither I want to remove duplicate, nor I would like to hide duplicate. I just want to know wherever duplicate is there. I just want to know. So how will I know by, I mean, if I want to know anywhere duplicate is there, how will I know that? As a layman, if I go for counting the data, if it is appearing for more than one time, then definitely that is a duplicate. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
If I go and check January in this range, if January is there more than one time, so definitely Jan is duplicate, correct? So this is by counting our data by duplicate. So counting duplicate. Okay, so how will I know that? See the beauty. We'll go for a formula naming called count if. So count if is the formula which helps me to do the criteria based counting. What it demands me is the range. So where is the range? Range is over here. Now need to lock it. Then it is asking criteria. What exactly I want to count? I want to count everything starting from January till the last cell in the range. I want to keep counting about that. Well, control enter. So can you see wherever it is more than one, the numbers are appearing. Definitely those are duplicates. So Jan, Feb, March, April, 2 times it is there. So here also Feb, you can see it's 2 times. So here March 2 times, April 2 times, Jan 2 times. So wherever it is more than one time, these are the duplicates. So this is how we can find the duplicates by counting the data by using the formula count if. So this is one more treatment for your duplicates. Hope it is clear. Now I'll tell you one more thing, the treatment about the duplicate. I don't want to deal with the duplicates. Let it be duplicates, but I just want to find out the unique records, just the opposite. I don't want to deal with the duplicates. If at all duplicates is there, let it be, but I just want to find out the unique records out of that. So if that is the case, then how to find the unique records? So here, next objective is we are going to find the unique records. So unique records, how will I found that? See, In Office 365 2019 and 2021 version, we have got a very beautiful formula added naming called unique. So when I go for unique, it demands me the array. Array is this. That's it. The moment I hit enter, it will just return me all the unique records. So entire duplicate, it will eliminate. Only it will just return me the unique values. So this is one more treatment, how to find your unique records by using the formula called unique. You can go for it. And this is for counting the duplicate. You can go for a formula over here called count if. So certain things you can do it with your help of your formulas, and certain things we have got the direct options for the duplicate. So whichever based on the need, you can go for the application. So this is the treatment of our duplicates. Hope this is clear.
Yes.
Right. Now, coming to our lookup sheet. So as we discussed, we are clear with our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. We all are in equal page now. We'll go for one level up. So kindly go to the next sheet. The name sheet of the sheet is called Advanced Lookup. Advanced Lookup. So let's go for that Advanced Lookup. Yep. Any questions? Honorable, I'm really struggling to hear you. Could you please be more louder or keep your mic or near to close to your mouth, please?
Yeah, sorry to disturb. In between, actually, I have some questions relating to lookup.
Okay. Yeah, please ask.
Can I ask?
Yeah, sure.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Can I share my screen?
Yes.
So let's see my data actually. Let's say the exact one I want to net in the next column. So can I do this?
No, what is that?
According to the location, I have this is the brand and this is the rate column according to the city location. Let's say if I want the total data in the next column, right the next section. So can I do this?
Sir, your voice is breaking. I'm unable to, really struggling to hear that.
Can you able to hear right now?
Yeah, it is coming up, but it's in between, it is breaking. The voice is breaking. So there is not a continuous data transfer. So I'm unable to hear your questions properly. If I am understood, you have got city-wise different brands and the rates are there. Okay. So what do you want now?
So can I get this exact data in the next column through HLOOKUP? The same information I need this here onwards. So can I do this through HLOOKUP?
Yeah, you are looking for the data in horizontal format. So definitely you can bring it through HLOOKUP.
I have the question like that on the second row number 30.
Okay.
Which data I can get because I'm just doing that. I'm getting some assignments actually.
Okay.
Can I do this?
Yeah,
so
you can apply. You can apply immediately. The same formula you can apply there from which point you want that you can apply. From column O, you want the result, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you go and keep your cursor. Yeah, you keep your cursor there and go for it.
So from here I can from here, right?
Yep.
So my first value is this one, right? Comma. And I have to sorry. I've done some mistakes, right? I'm going right.
How come?
I'm going right, actually.
How you are going right? See, what is your output? What you are looking for?
I need the exact thing, whatever is the left column. I need from here onwards everything that was said.
Right, then why don't you do the copy paste?
No, if I don't do, then Can I do this through HLOOKUP?
Forget about that HLOOKUP. Why HLOOKUP is required? See, first understand the importance of HLOOKUP. When you have some common data, then based on that, some corresponding data you are looking for. That's why we are going for VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP. So when you need the data as it is, it's already there. So simply you can do the copy paste, correct? When you have multiple data, if you are looking for, then you have got for you have to go for your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP. So now, if you want to go for HLOOKUP in this case, what is your common data?
The brand identity actually. Identity of the understand actually. Common data, nothing is there. Everything is different actually. As for the brand, rate is different and brand name also different. So nothing is common here.
Right.
So
the common,
say we can't do
common,
this, right?
common नहीं है तो कैसे करेंगे? तो पहली बात तो चीजें कुछ common चाहिए ना? Data.
So we need some unique, unique value. According to that, we can do this, right?
Of course. See, in the previous case also, though you go for VLOOKUP also, VLOOKUP has some common data. That's why we are able to taking a data as a base. Then we find the desired output, right? Hope the question is clear. I mean, जो आपने पूछा था, आपको answer मिल गया?
Yeah.
Right.
So we need
Prabhas, in continuation,
Mm-hmm.
in continuation with the same query that he has asked right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if we want to take the data like from the second and third column also, like we have a common data of brand, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That is the data we have.
Right.
And we want to fetch the data Mumbai, Pune, Bangalore, and many things.
Right.
So in the row, should we give the row array as a second, third, or fourth column, fourth row also?
See.
Now we are putting only second row, like we want to have a data from only rate.
Right.
So we are giving only second row.
Right.
So are we supposed to give 3 different rows over there, second, third, fourth?
That is what we are going to discuss. That is the next level.
Okay.
That is the next level.
Achha, okay.
So here, just the primary thing to get the data as it is. His question was, there is nothing common. There is nothing common over here. He asked me first. So when the data is not common, you cannot apply VLOOKUP, neither you can go for HLOOKUP also. There should be some common data. From your master data to your workings, anything should be common at least.
Okay.
Right. Well, so now I'm taking the control back in the screen. Okay. I understood what's your requirement, Sada. I understood that. I guess you did not interpret properly, or I did not take it properly, could be the case also, but I understood what you're looking for. So those things is going to be clear when we cover this example, advanced lookup. So please be patient and watch the screen, understand the solution, what we have, then automatically you will get your answer. Don't worry. See, I have over here in advanced lookup. Yeah, Sarda, you're saying something?
No, I do. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Fine then, if it is still there at the end of the training, I'll be spending 5 to 10 minutes for you. Don't worry. We can work with your real-time data, something. Don't worry. Fine. So now, suppose I take an example. I have a master data like this. So let me put the data in a story format so that everybody can connect with it. Suppose say my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire employees related information. So I gave my respective T codes in my SAP or ERP system, and I found near about 10,000 records in this format. Okay, what's the format? Like employee ID, name, department they belong to, what is the position or role they play, and how much is the salary. Like this entire 10,000 records I received. And when I showed all these things to my boss is saying, Prabhas, this data is of no use for me. You keep it with you. Get me a template, create a template for me in such a way, whenever I go and type any of the employee ID, the corresponding details should be available over here. So for an example, if I talk about this, if my boss tries to type an employee ID called ID 004 in my master data, who is that person whose ID is 004?
Mr. D.
So should come over here. What's his department?
Legal.
Should come over here. What's his role?
Manager.
Should come over here. And how much is the salary?
2000.
Should come over here. So this is what he's expecting from me. Now, is it matching with your requirement, the questions what you're asking, Sarda and Pranjali?
Yeah.
Right. So here, how to get the answer?
HLOOKUP.
Okay. I go for HLOOKUP. Yep.
Lookup value ID 004.
Great. Okay.
And select the entire from ID gallery from comma, and the row indication was 2, 3, 4.
2, 3, 4.
2, 3, 4, 5.
How can you give all the row index number together?
Yes. Then select B2E.
See, have you ever given the row index number or column index number multiple numbers?
No, we have given only one.
Is it asking column index numbers? My VLOOKUP formula, when you go for it, is it asking column index number or numbers? Number. So it can be only one number. You cannot give it enter more than one number, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Yes, people.
So we can select only that number only where the data is available, and we can.
Is it really possible? You have got 250 students. How will you know in which row item your student ID is matching?
Yeah, that is a big problem.
Yes. So if that is the case, then I can directly copy and paste. Why I need to go for application of formula, making the file size heavy? And why I need to waste my time?
Correct.
Can we do index match here?
Index match for what purpose?
Like or under that specific ID, all the information will come.
Okay, tell me how I am supposed to write that.
I'm just guessing. I don't know how to use it.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, we first of all through data validation we make a unique ID for those from 01 to 04. 05.
Okay.
After that, we can use that HLOOKUP formula.
Is that so? So why you need to go for data validation first of all? We have employee ID, no problem. So
yes.
Even though if you go for HLOOKUP, how will you go for HLOOKUP? This is the question.
Okay. First of all, because we need because our manager needs different IDs, right? If we click any of the ID, then he has to get the information.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not worried about that. Even though he wants many more employee IDs, he can type it in below the cases. He can type it. He can get the results. It's not mandatory that only he should have this only one cell and it should be dynamic. That will be discussing later. That's not our case to be worried about. So my question is, if there is an employee ID of 004, how to get the answer? And we have got 10,000 records. How will I search only ID 004 related records? Do I need to go and apply filter in my master data ID 004? I'll search, and once I get it, this data I'll copy and paste it over here. Is this the right way?
VLOOKUP.
Okay, VLOOKUP. Okay.
Can select for the A11.
Okay.
In table array A2 to A7.
First of all, when I go and copy this formula towards right, A11 will definitely go to B11. Do you mind that?
No. So I will need to freeze that.
That's the first thing. Yes. because you are already past that level, so you should not commit that mistake. While designing the formula itself, you should think about all these things. So A11, I need to lock it. Okay. Table array, where to see the data? Now you tell me.
From A to
A2 to?
you can select entire till E.
Okay.
Then freeze it
Okay.
and comma 2,
Okay.
comma 0.
Okay. Then
Enter.
enter or control enter.
Control enter.
That's what. What happens?
But then for department you need to put, instead of 2 you need to write 3 there.
Okay. I did it. Then here 4.
Yeah.
Then here I should go for 5. This is what you mean to?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Good.
why need to put the multiple formulas in the different columns? Is there any common column for all, common formula?
Yeah, it's the common only, right? See, because see, if the question was there only for name, you would have gone for VLOOKUP, you would have selected like this, column index number 2. So when you're looking for department, again, you will select this and column index number 3, because this is your common data, right? That's why we have to go for this. Now the problem, can you see that? Though we got the solution, but what is happening? We have to go and each and every column, we need to change the column index number. Can you see that? We are not getting, you are not getting the answer in one shot. You are not getting the answer at once. So we have to keep on changing the column index number for multiple times. So this is what the practice we do have. But just imagine, is it really recommended going to each and every column, edit the formula? Do you believe that Excel ever recommends for that?
No.
So whenever Excel recommends that, then why I should use it? This is what our experts suggest us, or this is what the practice we have developed. Even though the data is there for multiple columns we need to fetch, we go and keep on changing the column index number. So today we are going to stop doing that. Okay. Now, how to do it? So first of all, what should be your approach by looking at this kind of problem? Some people are saying VLOOKUP, some people are saying HLOOKUP. This is the trouble. This is what the mistake we do. I told you 2 minutes back, the rules, right? How will I consider for my situation, VLOOKUP is the ideal one or HLOOKUP is the ideal one? Rules always remember. So now you see our data over here in master data, employee ID, is there in vertical format?
Yes.
And if I look at my template, tomorrow when I go and type my multiple employee ID also, I will keep on typing in this cells only, correct? So is this in vertical format?
Yes.
So our data is ready for VLOOKUP. That's why we have to go for VLOOKUP. Okay. So this is how you have to take a call. Now, the question, in our master data, how many columns are there?
5.
What is the first column?
ID.
Name?
A.
No, name, which column?
ID.
Second column.
Second. Department?
Third column.
Position?
Third, yeah.
Fourth.
And salary?
Fifth column.
So if you look at our template, we are also looking for the data, name, department, position, salary. Is it in the same sequence as per the master data?
Yes.
So if I'm looking for my column index number from master data, name should be 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is how the column index number is supposed to be. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So this is for your understanding I'm creating. This is nothing to do with our template. This is for your understanding I'm creating. So if I'm looking for VLOOKUP, I have to have my column index number in the same format, correct?
Right, yeah.
Now 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a chronological order? 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a chronological order or is it a sequence? Obviously, yes. Right?
Yeah.
So when you believe that your data is in the same sequence as per the master data you are looking for, then you should go for is equal to VLOOKUP. Now, first 1 minute, watch my screen, what I'm doing, try to understand. Then next 1 minute, I'll be giving you time to work out. Don't worry. So first understand what should be the formula and how to write your formula. As I told you, always make a practice, select your entire solution array and go for over here equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is my employee ID, A11. Do you agree? This should be my lookup value.
Yes.
Now,
Yeah.
when I copy this formula towards towards our right side, A11 should not go to B11. Employee ID should not move right. Do you agree?
Yes.
But when I copy this formula towards down, if my boss is going to type furthermore employee IDs like in A12, A13, A14, A15, suppose he starts keeps typing over here the data, when I just drag this formula towards down, solution should be ready.
Right.
So data should not move right, but data should move down. So A11 should move to A12, but A11 should not move to B11. So A11, A12, A13, A14, if you look at which one sounds common? A11, A12, A13, A14, A15, A. What is, yeah, what is
So we'll
A?
lock the column.
Right. So we have to lock the column because our data is moving within a column. If you remember in our Day4 formula, start date was keep on changing. Date of joining was keep on changing. That's why we made it as a column lock. So here you should start with. So you have to make your formula efficient enough in such a way. Tomorrow, whatever the situation it comes, it should be ready to give the answer. So your people should not ask you why the formula is not working. Again, you should receive your file. You have to tweak the formula, editing the formula. That's not the right way. When you are designing a template should be ready to handle any kind of situation. So now, comma, table array. What is the meaning by table array? The complete master data. So starting from A2 to E7. This
Range,
data
yeah.
should not move down, move right. So no lock. No movement. So F4 once. So column will be locked, row will be locked, comma. Now what it demands me? Column index number. So here is the trouble. We need column index number for name 2, department 3, position 4, salary 5. But 2, 3, 4, 5, I cannot define together over here. And either we could go to each and every cell and edit the formula. These things are ruled out. We have already discussed, correct?
Yeah.
So how to generate 2, 3, 4, 5 over here? See the beauty. In Excel, we have got a formula naming called column. Column. Okay, now kindly look at my formula bar if it is not visible over here. Look at my formula bar over here. Now, when I go for column formula, now which column we are trying to type the formula? If you look at which column we are trying to type the formula,
B.
B is the alphabet. But what is the number? Technically, if you count.
Yeah. B2.
2. It will be giving 2. So my column formula will be giving the answer as 2 because I'm in second column. Just check it out. Is it giving me 2? Yes. And if you remember, the moment we started the formula, we were looking for 2 only. Do you agree? So my column formula is going to give me the column index number as the answer. Now we look up how it ends up with
Exact value. 0.
So 0, exact match. Formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut?
Control enter.
And we got the result. So can you see now? So whenever you have multiple columns data to be fetched based on the lookup value, you can go for a simple formula called VLOOKUP with column. So whenever your data is in the same sequence, you can always go for a formula VLOOKUP with column. Okay, so please go for it. Check it out. Is it working? Any doubt, any queries, people? Do let me know.
When do we use in VLOOKUP instead of comma 0? When do we use 1 or any other digit?
There is no other digit, either 0 or 1, but 99% you have to use 0 only. That's why we make a thumb rule. Always make a practice to end of the formula with 0.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Got it.
Very good. So any doubt, any queries, people, in this? Because these are the most essential things where we spend a lot of time in our routine activities. So one formula is alone enough. You can save a lot of time.
Prabhas,
Yep.
mine is coming all 0 values.
Could you
I don't
please
know
spell
why.
out the formula, what you have written?
I selected everything. Is equal to V lookup, and into bracket that is A11 comma a column.
No, A11.
And,
have you made it as column log F4 3 times?
Oh, F4 3 times.
Obviously, because column has to be logged. In A11, A alone to be logged.
Okay. 3 times. Okay. And then the range completely. Let me do it again. 1 second.
Then table array.
And that is once, right?
Yeah.
The range will be at once.
Yes. Yes, people, any queries, any doubts? Anybody is not getting the result, need my support?
I'm still not getting it.
Okay, could you please share your screen? Let me have a look.
Yeah. Okay, can you see here?
Yep.
See. So here, this one.
No. You cannot start with the A11 cell, no, because A11 is containing your data, right? Your data is
So
missing.
here, name.
You should, yeah, you should type. No. Hold on, Pranjali. Come out of that, please. In A11, we had ID 004, right?
Yeah.
So please copy and paste from A6. You copy A6 cell. A6.
A6 cell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Copy that and paste it in A11. Yes, paste it. Yeah.
Okay.
Now you
And
start.
here I will
Yes. You select the cells, name, department, person, that side. Now equal to VLOOKUP.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I was giving the wrong
Yes.
formula. Yeah. Now it is okay.
Now this should be column logged. Yeah. Comma. Table array.
Then,
The complete data. A2 to E7. This should be F4 once, means no log. I mean, no movement. Yeah. Comma.
yeah.
Then you have to use the column formula to get the column number as the answer. Comma.
Got it.
No. Okay.
Here again,
After column, after column formula. See, after column index number, if you read the formula, it is asking a comma, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Now control enter.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You got the result. So this is how, if you are looking for a particular employee IDs, some particular student IDs, the entire syllabus, what is the mark? He has got it.
Yeah.
So you can go and search, and as it is with the sequence, if it is there first is the, suppose say your topic, suppose say financial accounting or specialized accounting or any other account, something you are getting in one shot, you can get all these things. So you don't need to go and keep on typing the column index number manually. You should not keep changing that. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Now, so I believe everybody is clear over here, people, what we discussed, right? Right. We look up. Yeah, we look up with column combination. Now let us analyze the same situation for one more time. What I'm trying to say, please understand, observe, and then we'll discuss on the same. See, as we discussed, we are creating a template for one of my superior, suppose say. Now, if I am creating a template, first of all, I cannot have a sample data like this and I can create a template and send it across. Template has to be always remain blank. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yes.
So when I go and delete my employee ID, what happens? My entire formula is in trouble. Why? Because of data absence. Since there is no data in employee ID column, that's why the formula is showing this kind of error. That I know because I am designing this template, or we know if we are designing template. But the person whom we are sending the file, he will never understand all those things. So, and it is not our right way of presenting the data also. So whenever you believe that, okay, you are creating a template and this formula is going to give this kind of error, this is called formula driven error, then it's our duty to replace all these errors with a predefined text. So how to replace the same, what can be done, let's go and discuss. So no need to do anything. First 1 minute, watch my screen. See, I have selected my entire solution array starting from name to the salary, whatever the formula I have customized. I have opened that. Okay. Now here I'm going to apply before VLOOKUP after equal to, there is another formula called if error. Now how it works, I'll tell you. See, when I go for my if error formula, what it does. So here, step 1, VLOOKUP formula will be processed by Microsoft Excel. If VLOOKUP formula returns as an error, then step 2, if error formula will be applied. Now, when we have already declared if error formula to be applied, then the replacement of those errors also we have to decide, we have to discuss, we have to declare, right? So now what we need to do over here is we have to go and keep our cursor at the end of VLOOKUP formula. Whatever the things you want in place of those errors, you can define over here. Say nil, not available, not applicable, dash, slash, anything. You have to write within 2 double inverted quotes. Since it is a template, what is the ideal way to give the output? If there is no employee ID typed, so name, department, position, salary, what it should show? Should be blank, right?
NA.
Should be blank, not NA. NA
Blank,
means
only the
second
one
problem.
cursor
Yes, template
Only the
should
bracket
be blank. So as we discussed in day 1, the if formula, business maths case studies, negative positive data was mixed up there, and we have extracted only the positive values, and we have retained the cell as blank. So blank purpose, 2 immediate double inverted quotes. This is what we discussed in day 1. Again, we are applying now also. So bracket close, formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for the rest. Shortcut, we know, control, enter. And see the beauty? As long as there is no employee ID, my formula remains silent. Now tomorrow, suppose my boss types some data over here immediately, this is going to give me the result. So this is how if error is the formula can be combined with any formula to handle your formula driven errors. So please give it a try. Any difficulties, to let me know.
Done.
Yes, done.
Okay. How about others people? Any doubt, any queries?
Yeah, done.
Okay. So these are the most essential formulas while designing any kind of dashboards, templates, summary report in our Excel. So you should capture all these formulas, and this is how you should create the templates by using the formula. So if here is the formula, can be combined with any formula. The basic job is to handle the formula driven errors.
Okay.
Now, so I believe that everybody is clear what we discussed. Can I take it to the next level?
Yes, please.
All right. Now, let us go and analyze the same situation for one more time. Just stay focused, please. So as I told you, we have to give the template as a blank. So I have given this template in this format to my boss. Okay. Now what my boss is doing, just stay focused on my screen. He just typed the data in this format. Okay. And this is not working. He got panic. Immediately he called me. Prabhas, what kind of template you have created? It's not working. Now I have no idea, no clue why and where the things have gone wrong. So unless and until I come back, I leave my seat and I come back to my boss cabin and watch his monitor, I will never realize where is the mistake happens. Okay. Now I just leave the task, whatever I was working with. I left the task in the mid of the way. I came back to his cabin, and when I saw my boss has done a silly mistake, he has not typed the employee ID properly. So what kind of feeling I would be having? If you were in my place, what you would be feeling? Yes, Komal? If your boss is doing a silly mistake, how you will be feeling? Obviously not good,
Yeah, not good.
because for his silly mistake, whose premium time is being wasted?
Our time.
Obviously.
Our time.
So who is held responsible for that?
It's really.
Of course, boss is always right, we know. So boss has the rights to do the silly mistakes or great mistakes, but we cannot do that. So if you ask me, I would say it's yes, it's our mistake. Why? The reason is, who has allowed to commit a mistake? It's me.
We on the
Definitely, because we are designing template. So what you have understood from the entire story, whenever you are designing a template, give the least options to the user to type the data, because the more the options you keep it open, the committing of mistakes chances are very high. So this is the reason why what you have to do to control the errors or to prevent the errors to happen over there, instead of keeping the cell open to the people, we should create a drop down list. So how to create a drop down list? That is our objective, so that things will be more dynamic. People will also love to select from the drop down, because we are making their job easy. There is no pain in typing the data also over here. So this is the reason why we should have a drop down list. So how to create a drop down list? See, in A11 cell, keep your cursor, go to the data menu here. Next to text to column in the data tools group, you can see we have an option called data validation. And if I go and click that, within that, you'll be finding data validation, and you click, it will take you to a dialog box like this, where first tab is dealing with settings. Within that, validation criteria allow, it is showing a drop down, obviously. So we need to go for over here, list. And when I go for list over here, because we are going to create a list, and then it demands me source box. To create your list, where is your data? So data is in my master data, A3 to A7. So this range I will be selecting, and that is going to be forming part of my source range. And that's it. When I go and click OK with immediate effect, a drop down box will be ready. Now, when I go and click this drop down, it will be giving the list of employee IDs. Now, whichever the employee IDs my boss is interested to look at, on a click of button, things will be there. So this is how we can make the things more dynamic. So this is how we have understood how to create a drop down list also. So please give it a try and check, is it working?
Yes, it's working.
Right. So this is how we have understood how to answer our scenario one. So how to use VLOOKUP with column when the data is in sequence, how to use VLOOKUP column with if error to handle the formula driven errors, and how to connect with your drop down list and making the things dynamic. Those things we are clear. So can we go for scenario two? Any
Yes.
doubt, any queries? All right. So same master data you can treat. This is what our employee related information over here. Now, what is the need? We need to find out the result for employee ID 003. So how to get that? Well, people, so how to get the result? Situation is same, only thing is employee ID is changing.
Same if error VLOOKUP.
Okay. So we'll first go for VLOOKUP. If error, will deal bit later, don't worry. Now, lookup value. So what is my lookup value?
G4.
Okay. Now, as we discussed, what kind of treatment we should do with Z4?
Lock.
What kind of locking?
F4 3 times.
Right. Come on. Next.
Regular will be A3 to E7.
Okay. What should be the
Lock.
treatment?
Lock once F4.
Right. No movement, neither towards down nor towards right. Yeah.
Column.
Okay.
Blank bracket. Zero.
We look up how it ends up with, I told you.
Zero.
Zero. So what is the meaning of zero?
Exact
value.
Right. Now formula is ready only for a cell. Need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut?
Control.
Enter.
Got the problem. Why?
Oh.
The answer is there in the error. See, if you remember or you try to recollect in the previous case, when there was a data absence, the error was #NA. But here it is showing #reference. So data is there, formula is correct, but it is unable to refer to the particular column. So reference error is meaning by that. So now if you look at column formula, okay, as I told you, column formula, what it does?
Fetches the number of columns. So here it will be
No. Not fetching the number of columns. It just gives the answer which column you are trying to type the formula. That column number is the answer. So which column we are trying to type the formula? You can see the column headers. Can you see the light gray and dark gray difference?
Yes.
So
Yes.
where the dark gray starts with?
H.
So H is the alphabet. What is the number? If you count.
2. 2.
How come?
8.
8.
8.
H is the
Okay,
8. So
8.
column formula now, it is going to give me the answer of column number. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So we are working with column H, but in master data, name is in which column?
2.
So
Second column.
So column formula is giving me 8, but I am looking for 2. So basic mathematics, -6. We should go and tweak the formula. Now, once you made it, formula is rectified only with one cell, but we need to apply for the rest. Control, enter. So what we have understood, whenever you are going to apply VLOOKUP between two different Excel sheets or two different Excel files, even if your data is in the same sequence, name, department, position, salary, here also name, department, position, salary, but slightly you need to adjust the column number depending where you are applying the formula, right? So this is how we have understood when the situation is changing, column index number also need to be a little bit adjusted. So try this, just check it out. Is it working?
Done.
Okay, good. How about others people? So if at all any question is there, feel free to ask. Don't buy hard the formulas because you can't remember everything. So you have to understand the logic, why and where we are applying. So that's why we are discussing each and every individual cases, and based on that, we are making our formula efficient enough like this. So can you go to our scenario number 3, if it is done?
Yes.
Right. So now, employee ID is 005 and situation is also changing. We are no more looking for name over here. First we need department, then salary, then name, then position. If that is the case, then how to deal with. So here, If I want to go for my VLOOKUP, since the column is there over here in the vertical format, here also I'm going to deal with vertical format only. So I'm ready for VLOOKUP, no doubt. But the question is, if I want to do the VLOOKUP department in my master data, which column it is?
Third one.
Right. Salary?
Salary is fifth.
Okay. Name
Second.
and position?
Fourth.
So I am looking for my column index number in this format. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So first question, 3524. Is it a sequence? Is it a chronological order?
No.
So we look up with column ruled out. What we have learned, we look up with column that is ruled out over here because the data is not in sequence. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Option 2. If we look up column is not going to work for us, can we do the cut paste work and adjust the column over here and get the answer? In place of department, we'll bring name. In place of salary, we'll bring department. Like that, we can adjust the column names and cut paste. We can do the work that is possible.
Yeah, but it will take time.
Obviously.
It's a tedious job.
But we have an option. We have an option. We can do that, isn't it? But that is not advisable. The reason? Here we have got maximum 4 columns. I can do the copy paste work or cut paste work. But when you take a real-time data, when you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there might be 70 to 80 fields would be there. And out of that, suppose 15 columns, I need to adjust somewhere, left, right, I need to adjust. Somewhere while doing the copy paste or cut paste work, I'll be also lost. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So because of all these challenges, this option is also ruled out. Now, option 3. Do you believe that VLOOKUP has a power to get the column index number in this format as it is? In one shot, do you believe that VLOOKUP can bring the answer, taking the column index number like 3, 5, 2, 4, and bring the answer for us?
Yes. Possible.
How? We have tried 4 different times. If VLOOKUP I have to go, I have tried 4 different times, not one time. Not one shot, I can get the answer. If that is the case, then why we are depending upon VLOOKUP with column and all these things we have dealt with scenario 1, right? So 3, 5, 2, 4, since it is not in a sequence, VLOOKUP with column ruled out. We cannot do the cut paste work of the column. VLOOKUP doesn't have the power to get the column index number dynamic like this automatically.
Okay.
So we have no option now. So what we need to do, we need to add more power to VLOOKUP. So what is that extra power? Let's go and first learn. So kindly take 3 to 4 rows down and select a cell. Name it as Jan. And drag it up to December. Now, once your data is ready, kindly stay focused for 1 minute on my screen. See, in this highlighted block, how many cells I have?
12.
If I ask you, what is the position of May out of the 12 cells, what will be your answer?
Fifth one.
How did you come to know about this? Because we started counting Jan as 1, Feb as 2. Like that, the moment we reach to May, it gives the answer as 5, right? Same thing when you do it in Excel. What Excel is going to do, Excel is going to use a formula called match. First you watch. What match formula does? Lookup value. VLOOKUP asks for lookup value. HLOOKUP asks also for lookup value. So what is the meaning by lookup value?
It refers to the data. Jan will take a lookup value.
How come?
The first one.
First one, why? We are not discussing anything about Jan. We are asking for May month, right? So May is my lookup value. What I have with me to search. So May month I have, and I am looking for May month, right? So May month is my lookup value, comma. What is the next one it is asking?
Lookup array.
Lookup array. What VLOOKUP was asking as a second element, if you remember, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, what was the second input for that?
Yeah. Table array.
Data range.
No. What formula was
Data
asking?
range.
Formula is not asking data range. Formula is asking table array. Formula was asking the element name as table array. But what match is asking?
Lookup array.
There is a difference. So you need to understand. When VLOOKUP is asking table array, your table array is meaning nothing but the combination of your rows and column. Table array is nothing but the combination of rows and column. But when your formula is asking lookup array, you can give the entire array as a complete column or a complete row. It cannot be both. So now in our lookup array case, if you see the match formula, where is our data? Is it in a complete column or in a complete row?
Complete column.
Complete column. So starting from Jan to December should be our lookup array, comma. Now match type, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, how it ends up with, I told you.
0, exact match.
So here also match formula also ask for exact match. Now formula will be ready and will be giving the answer. Can you see? So what match formula does, it takes the cell value as an input and finds out the cell location or cell position as the answer. Now you see, if I go and change from May to September, what should be my answer?
9.
We got it. If I go for December,
12.
if I go for Feb, second, if I go for May, it gives me the answer as 5. So match formula always returns the answer as a number that you remember. Okay, as a layman, just this much you remember, and you know how to write your match formula. So please give it a try and confirm you are clear with the match formula application, people. If at all anything is missing, you are not clear, not understood, feel free to ask, because these are the very, very essential and important formulas of our routine activities.
Yes, got it.
So now I believe match formula is clear for everyone, people.
Yes. So I think we will apply VLOOKUP and match combination.
Obviously. So that's what we did. We look up with column combinations in the earlier case because the data is in sequence. So when data is not in a sequence, if you want to bring your result, you have to go for VLOOKUP. Let's go and watch. No need to.
Prabhas, can you repeat this match formula again? That how to do this?
Okay.
I'm getting the answer, but I did not exactly understood.
Okay. So if you look at our data in this, how many cells are there?
12.
So if I'm asking you, what is the position of May? You will start counting from this range.
Manually,
Jan
yeah.
as 1, Feb as 2, like that. May is 5th. Okay. So when I go for this is what we did it manually. But when you go for Excel, what Excel does, it asks for match what you are looking for. So we are looking for May, correct?
Correct.
So we have taken May as a lookup value. So lookup value, what you are having with you to search. So that's what we already discussed in our VLOOKUP also. It asks for lookup value. HLOOKUP also asks for lookup value. Match also asks for lookup value. Now coming to over here, lookup array. But if you look at VLOOKUP, it was not asking lookup array. It was asking for table array. So when formula demands table array, you should take the combination of rows and column, like our A2 to E7 in the previous cases we used to take. Do you remember? So this is called table array. This is called table array.
Correct. Yeah.
But here match formula is asking me lookup array. So lookup array can be a complete column or a complete row. It cannot be both. So in our case, if you are looking for the data, where we are looking for? In the complete column or in a complete row? So our data is in a complete column or a complete row?
Complete row. Column.
Complete column, yeah. So we have to take this complete column as a lookup array, comma. Match type,
Correct.
VLOOKUP ends up with exact match, HLOOKUP ends up with exact match, and match type also exact match only. So this will be giving me the result as 5. So what we did it manually, our match formula does the same for us.
Yeah.
Right.
Got it.
Now the same thing we are going to do it over here. So what we are going to do, as we discussed, we need 3, 5, 2, 4, correct?
Yes.
So what is this 3, 5, 2, 4? Are they numbers?
Yeah, column numbers.
And our match formula also gives the answer as a number.
Yes.
So now to generate these numbers as a column index number, we'll be using the match formula. But how it works, let's go and discuss. No need to do anything. Just watch my screen for a minute. Observe what I'm doing. Try to understand. Next 1 minute, you can try. See, as we discussed, why I need to go for VLOOKUP, I no need to say that because the data is in vertical format. Now, lookup value is my employee ID. What I'm supposed to do with this?
Lock it.
What type of locking?
Yeah. Column lock.
So F4 tries, comma. Now VLOOKUP, what it asked me?
Table array.
So what is the meaning by table array? I told you.
Yeah, select the data.
Right, starting from A2 to E7. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And there should not be any movement, neither towards down nor towards right.
Once F4.
Lock.
F4 once. Right, comma. What is the next one it is asking?
Column index number.
So column index number, we are looking for 3, 5, 2, 4. And we cannot give all these things together. So to find out the same 3, 5, 2, 4, we'll be using the match formula because match formula returns the answer number. So now give your entire focus to match. Forget about VLOOKUP. Give your entire focus to match. What it asked me?
Lookup value.
So in our case, what is our lookup value?
Department. No, 3, 5, 2, 4.
Yeah, department, salary, and the name and total.
The cell.
That is 3, 5, 2, 4.
No, 3, 5, 2, 4. I have created for you for understanding. That is not that is not an input.
Okay. So the department.
Okay, department. See, technically lookup value is our employee ID, right? Technically, employee ID is my lookup ID, lookup value. So lookup value is employee ID, but that is given already to VLOOKUP, right?
Yes.
So we have nothing left. Technically, we have nothing, but we have something. What is that? Can we take this department header as a lookup value? And can we take and check the same in my master data lookup array?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
match formula is asking for lookup array, right? So lookup array can be a complete row or complete column. So in master data, how our headers are arranged in your row item, in your first row, correct? So that's why we have to take this match formula, and when I copy this formula towards down or towards right, this green color border area should not move down or right. Do you agree?
Okay.
Yeah.
So we should log them. Now, comma, what kind of match? As we discussed, we have to always go for it.
Exact zero.
Exact match. And once I go for this is going to return me a number. Which number? Like department. If I'm looking at in this green color border area, how many cells are there?
Five.
What is the position of department?
3.
So my match formula is going to give me the answer as 3. That we are clear.
Correct.
So let's check it out. Match formula, is it giving me 3? Yes. So is this the same number we have discussed? We need to.
Yes.
Right. So our match formula is giving us the result we have understood. That's fine. But we are writing this match formula inside VLOOKUP. Now, comma, how VLOOKUP ends up with?
0.
So bracket close. Formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut?
Control enter.
And we got a problem. This much of things we did, finally, we end up with nothing. Okay, sometimes it happens. Don't worry. Just look at my screen, please. VLOOKUP. Lookup value is logged properly. Array is logged, so there is no chance of committing mistakes. Match formula is giving the result we checked also. VLOOKUP ends up with 0. No problem. Everything is fine. So sometimes it happens with us. Even though the formula is absolutely correct, 100% right, our answer we are not getting. So no need to be panicked. Don't break your head. Don't waste your time. Just go back to the data once and check. Is there any problem in the data? Could be the case. So if I look at my data, how many characters it is seeming over here? ID 005. So ID hyphen 005, total 6 character. But if I go and check counting the characters, it gives me 7. So what does it mean?
There is a space.
There is space.
Right.
Space in the beginning.
Not beginning, maybe in the end also. I'm not sure. Correct? Right. So this is what we have understood the problem. Now, to remove the unwanted space, we have a ready-made formula in our Excel whose name is trim. So trim is the formula which always removes the unwanted space, either beginning or end in the middle, wherever it is there, it will remove the space. And now this clean data, if I go and check the number of characters available in this cell, it is going to give me 6. So we have understood our data is having unwanted space. We have understood there is a formula which helps us in cleaning up the data, removing the extra space. But now the question is arising, must be in your mind, Prabhas, do I need to clean this data in one more extra column and then copying and pasting the values? Then I should go and apply the formula? No. This is what our experts suggest us to do the job like this. So when you found out the answer, okay, my data is having some trouble, then what we should do, we will go and make our formula efficient enough in such a way, it will first clean the unclean data and then it will go and apply the formula. So now the question is, in my formula, which is the uncleaned element?
C11.
G.
Right. So that alone we should retain in the trim formula. So inside trim, G11 will be there. So bracket open, bracket close. Job is done. So though our data is unclean, still my formula is going to give me the answer. Control enter. See the beauty. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can go for this kind of VLOOKUP and match combination. And this is going to be one of the powerful formula while designing your dashboards and summary reports. So please give it a try and check it out. Is it working? And when the data is also not in sequence, if you are looking for multiple column data, you can still use VLOOKUP with match function. So basically, one thing you can remember, when you have the lookup value, multiple values to be looked up, something in vertical, something in horizontal, you must go with VLOOKUP with match combination.
Yes, Prabhas, complete done.
Okay, very good. So how about others people? Any doubt, any queries? If you have, you can ask me, no problem.
I only got warehouse. The
Mhm.
rest is not showing.
Because you have not selected, if you are applying control enter, you should have selected first. So if you are getting warehouse, that the same formula you can apply for the rest by selecting this control R.
Okay, let me try.
Right, people? Are you getting the results? Anybody is facing any trouble or need my support? All right, so this is how we have understood people how to use this VLOOKUP with column combination. VLOOKUP column with if error. If error is the formula, can be combined with any formula to handle your formula driven errors. Then if there is a need when your data sequence is there, but still this location is changing, then you have to slightly adjust the column index number from the column formula. Then if your data is not in sequence at all, and from use data, some uneven columns or some respective columns data alone specifically you want to fetch, you can use VLOOKUP with match formula and get your desired
I'm
output.
getting error in my work.
Okay, just share your screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the error I'm getting.
Select the entire solution, please.
Yeah, 1 moment. And delete this.
No. F2 or function F2 for your case. You have got muted.
F2.
Yeah, function
Yeah,
F2.
F2.
Yeah. VLOOKUP, you have taken trim. G11, you did not lock it.
G11 is not locked.
Yeah, you should make it column lock. F4 3
Am I
times.
supposed to lock? No, G11 was not locked in our formula.
No, it has to be because when you copy the formula right, G11 should not. Yeah, you are muted.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Hello? You're supposed to lock that. Okay. 3 times F4, right?
Absolutely.
This way?
Yeah. Now hold on, please.
Okay.
So A2 to E. No.
Yeah, now I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Fine, then I'm taking the control back on the screen over here.
Even I'm getting error. I don't know why. And I'll just share my screen.
Okay.
Who has helped me? Shilpa here. Thank you, Shilpa. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, Suvamita, I can.
You see my screen.
Yep. So we
Yes.
look up trim G11. G11 you have not closed. See, trim you have started, but you did not close it.
Bracket missing.
Hold on. A2 to E2, that's fine. A3 to E7. Okay. Okay. Control enter. Yep.
Thank you.
Welcome. Now, once we have done with this, now we'll go for our next sheet, naming called nested if. So we are going to discuss now the logical functions applications over there in Excel and how to get these things done. And whenever there is a need, how to create such kind of nested formulas to get our desired output satisfying the multiple conditions. So we have seen a little bit upon the same in our day one. Now we are going to discuss in depth. So suppose say take an example. We have a score, okay, 51. Forget about how much it is. We need to check. If suppose somebody scores more than 50 or greater than 50, result should be pass, else fail. Now, if I want to get the output over here, result, what should be my result? If suppose somebody is scoring 51, what should be the result?
Pass.
But how to get that? That is the question. So we'll go for a simple if formula. It demands me logical test, right? So logical test purpose, I need to depend upon a cell. Well, what kind of test? Greater than 50. If it is, then read the formula. What it demands me? Value if true. So if this is true, what we are doing the test, if it is true, what should be the result?
Pass.
So pass is our own text. We must define within two double inverted quotes, comma. What is the next one it is asking? Value if false. Because while doing the test score may be greater than 50 or maybe less than 50 also could be the case. We don't know. So that's why Excel is asking the next result. So ultimately, if suppose somebody is not passed, what is the answer?
Fail.
So fail is our own text. We must define within two double inverted quotes. So we got the result as passed, no doubt. What if I go and change the score, something less than 50, say 35, fail. If I go and define some score more than 50, say 67, pass. What if I define 50 over here? What should be the result?
Pass. No, but it will have, we are not given the equal
Greater
to.
than
So it's fail.
Right.
The
So,
criteria is greater than.
right. So if suppose somebody is scoring 50, would you be so rude enough to declare him fail or her fail, Pranjali?
No. No, not
Because
at all.
Pranjali is our professor, so she is the right person to decide over here now. Well, so definitely here we have to precisely give our condition more specific. If suppose somebody is scoring 50 or greater than 50, result should be pass. So we must define one more operator over
Equal
here
to.
called equal to. So you have to follow the same rhythm. First greater than, then equal to. You cannot have equal to sign first, then greater than. That is not going to make a logic. Okay, that alone you have to keep in mind. And the moment you go for this, we got the result. So this is how people we have understood is how to write a simple if formula over there in Excel. So please give it a try and check, is it working?
Yeah, done.
Yes, people, any questions from anybody in this?
No.
Okay. Now, Let me take you through some more operators, what we use mostly in our logical conditions. So please stay focused. No need to do anything. Just understand what I'm trying to type over here. Suppose say I type this. What exactly makes the logic? Less than. Do you agree? Right, people? This operator, what kind of condition it makes for us? Is it a less than rule?
Yes.
If I go for this, what it makes? Greater than?
Greater.
Right. If I go for less than or equal to something I need to check, how will I check that? I'll go for less than equal to sign. Do you agree?
Right. Yeah.
Now, if I go for this makes our rule called
Greater than or
equal to. Very good. Now, if I need to check something called not equal to, how to check that? Sometimes we need to check that also. See how to check. This is nothing but the combination of a less than and greater than key, both. So this makes a condition specific, not equal to, less than and greater than. Suppose say I want to check something equal to. We know that very well. We can go for simply equal to sign. Now, if I want to check something called equal to blank, how will I check equal to blank over here? Simple, I can go for equal to two double inverted quotes, because that we know two double inverted quotes makes a blank cell, right? In the formula if error, if you remember. So this is how we can check. So these are the most operators for to our conditional form. I mean, to make a logical condition more specific, we'll be using in our routine activities. I'm pasting in the chat box also. Any doubt on this? Is it clear, people? The logics, whatever we discuss, the conditions. Okay.
Yes.
Now we are going to discuss our question number 2. We have got two new joinees in my department, suppose say A and B. I have conducted one test for them. So A has scored 50 and B has scored 90. Now I'm just looking at the scores. My boss has come and immediately passed a statement that score of A is greater than score of B. He passed a statement like this. But when you check, do you believe that it is true? Score of A, is it greater than score of B? Score of A, is it greater than score of B? So definitely, when it is not true, I can tell in front of his face, sir, whatever you are passing a statement, it's not a true statement, it's a false statement. But I don't want to take that risk, because if I tell in front of his face that he's wrong, it may hurt his ego, right? So I want Excel to declare the result, whether my boss statement is a true statement or it's a false statement. So any point of time to check a statement status, what we can do, we can go for a simple if formula, score of A greater than score of B. This is what the logical test we need to make, comma. If this is true, value if true, statement status would be true.
Yeah.
If it is not true, what is the ultimate answer? The statement status.
False.
False. So this is how a simple if formula also, again, to check a statement status, it is giving a result for us. We know that very well. So this is what our experts, they suggest us to do the job like this, but I don't recommend this. Yeah. Why? I told you in day one. I told you in day one 2 times.
Formula increases the file size.
Absolutely. So if formula should not be your first choice, I told you in worst case only you should take the formula help called if, because this occupies a lot of space and this makes your file size heavy and the data execution will not be faster. It will slow down your entire Excel files process. So what's the best choice? I will tell you. See, go for equal to score of A a simple greater than sign will be making a logical operator. See the condition now. Now you tell me, option A is better or option B is better?
B.
Anybody's choice would be that. So this is how you have to be very alert while defining the formula. No need to always end up with if formula. A simple operator also makes a logical conditions. All right, so please go for it.
Yeah.
So all clear, people? So far, whatever we discussed, any doubt, any queries from anybody?
Professor,
Yeah.
I missed out on the first part under criteria, formula pass and fail, because I had to go for some, break 2 minutes. I was off my seat. So if you could explain that.
Which one you're talking about?
Just beside the criteria column, the formula pass fail, that one.
It's a simple if formula that you have to just check the condition. If the result is of over here, then this is the condition you have to check. If the result is, suppose the score is more than 50, result should be pass. If it is less than 50, then it should be fail.
Oh.
But what if suppose somebody scores 50? That is not declared over here. So ideally, if suppose somebody score 50 also, it should be pass. If it is not defined, that is the logical things. So this is what the conditions we have defined. Taking the score over here and over here, we have taken is equal to if taking the score greater than equal to. See, both we have to define. If it is greater than equal to 50, result should be pass. Else value if false, fail.
I'll just try it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so now we are going to discuss our third example. Okay, so we know how to write our if formula. We are clear with that logic, exactly what formula is demanding. Same thing, we are going to fill it one by one. So now we have got something over here called nested if. Like we have got a score, we need to check. If the person scores less than 25, result should be fail. If he scores more than 25 but less than 50, grade should be C. If he scores more than 50 but less than 75, grade should be B. If he scores more than 75, grade should be A. This is what we are going to define now, the condition. So if you look at the score, what should be the output?
It has to be A.
Yeah, should be grade A. So how to get that answer? That is what the question. So what can be done? Can somebody give me a helping hand?
Use a formula.
Nestedif formula.
Is there any formula called nested if? Just check.
No, not nestedif, but inside if there will be more ifs inside.
Okay, how to
put
write
the
that?
logic.
How to write that?
If P10 less than 25,
okay,
comma, fail within quote, fail,
okay,
quotation, comma,
okay,
if greater than, no, again, I think if,
okay.
can we try B10 again?
Okay.
Greater than 25.
Okay.
Then within quote C,
Okay.
comma, again if
Okay.
B10 greater than 50, comma, B equal to B within quote.
Okay.
Then if again B10 greater than 75, then equal to A. Enter.
That's it.
I think too many formulas.
No.
It gave me value of C.
Yeah. So 79, if you
Answer is
declare
wrong.
C, can it be possible?
If error.
If error, where is the error? You are getting the values. If error is when it comes to picture, when you are getting hash NA, hash reference, hash division, all this these are called purpose if error we have to go for, not for the values, right? It's really a headache one, isn't it? This kind of things. What say?
Yes.
Yeah. Personally, I don't have a great feeling about this kind of formulas. I don't like also.
Me too.
Good. Sharda, what's your opinion? Do you like it? Not exactly. Yes. Pradeep, what's your opinion?
I think it can be better.
It can be better. That's a good one. So I can take it in this way that you don't like it, right? Because we are having an opinion for like or dislike. Okay. So see, this much of efforts we have made, but we are end up with result, nothing, not getting the proper result. Okay, why it is like this? If this is the situation, how to deal with? That is the first question. Okay. We know how to write our if formula, correct?
Yes.
Now the question is why we do not like this kind of lengthy if statements. Primary reason, it always occupies a lot of space. So suppose say before attending this training program, you were not having the awareness that this is occupying most of the space. Why you don't like still? I will tell you the reason, because it's a lengthy formula and always put the logic is really a troublesome. So what kind of logic I should apply? We do not have any idea or clue. And under trial and error basis, we keep trying. If I get the answer, oh God, I am saved. This is how our approach. So this is the place where we have to rectify ourselves. If this kind of situation comes, how to deal with? The first thing, you have to check how many conditions we have. Yes, people?
5.
Are you sure?
Many. Like 1, 2, 4. No. 1. No, more than that.
No. Check properly.
1, 6, 7.
Yes, people.
4. Yeah, 4.
So total grading system is of 4 category. So total 4 conditions. That is clear.
Yes.
Right. Now 4 condition. We know as such to write a condition statement, we have to depend upon a if formula. So 4 condition, 4 if formula is required. As a layman, if I think, I'll think like that. Do you agree with me?
Yeah.
Right. Now 4 if conditions required if I happen to write in 4 different cells. But here, our requirement is we need to write all these conditions in one cell, because we are expecting the output in one cell only, right? This is the place where we are expecting the output, correct? Isn't
Yes.
it? So now the question is, Whenever you happen to write multiple if formulas in one cell, so first thing, total number of conditions, 4 minus 1. So total 3 if formulas I need to write. This is how I have to start with. So total condition is 4 minus 1. So total 3 if formulas I need to write.
Why minus 1, Prabhas?
Why minus 1? I mean, see, in the previous case, when we had a ask, if you remember, pass or fail, technically 2 conditions, if you look at that.
Correct.
But how many if formulas we have written?
Okay.
So
1.
In if formula, we have got 2 options. If option A is not true, ultimate answer is option B. So out of 4 conditions, if 3 conditions are not true, ultimate answer is the 4th condition.
Yeah.
So we no need to write for
So
the last condition over there. So this is what the understanding we have to make, and we'll start with. So first 1 minute, watch my screen, what I'm doing, people. So as I told you, always start with our if formula for the conditions, but how to write all these 3 if formulas? For that, you need to follow a rule. Rule says that whenever you write multiple if statements, it should be in a order like largest to smallest or smallest to largest, ascending or descending. Like if you can start with grade A, end up with fail, or you can start from fail, end up with grade A, but there should be a logical flow. So let's start with our fail. Taking the score, formula is demanding logical test. Taking the score less than 25. If this is true, formula value if true, what should be the result?
Fail.
Fail is our own text. We must write within 2 double inverted quotes, correct?
Correct.
Now read the formula. What it demands me? Value if false. So if the person is not fail, what is the ultimate answer?
Pass.
And our problem.
Sorry.
Yeah, pass only. Absolutely right. Pass only.
Pass only, yeah.
But our problem starts there. If the person is passed, which category, which bucket system it is going to fall? We need to find out that, correct?
Yes.
So now, if the person is not fail, what is the next possible category?
Grade C.
Grade C.
Grade C. So what should be the condition for grade C purpose? Must be more than must be more than 25. But what is the limitation?
Greater than or equal to.
No. Forget about greater than equal to less than. I'm not asking about that. I'm just asking what is that grade C purpose condition? Should be more than 25, but less than 50. Yeah. Correct? Limitation is up to 50 only. So start with one more if formula, taking the score. Here people commits a mistake. Like what our friend Subhamita did the mistake. She immediately went for greater than. So there is a clash. Less than 25 first condition you have given, taking the maximum limit. Now immediately you took one more than 25. So Excel is confused what to be done. So you should take the same order, less than 50. So it makes a condition more than 25 but less than 50. This is what the logic, comma. Now if this is true, what should be the grade?
C.
So grade C, comma. Value if false. So if the person is not falling in category C, what is the next possible category?
B.
So taking the one more if formula, taking the score, again less than 75.
75.
If this is true, grade B. Now read the formula, what it demands me. Value if false. Suppose the person is not fail, neither falling in category of grade C nor falling in category of grade B. If none of these conditions are true, what is the ultimate answer?
A.
So A is our text. We must define within 2 double inverted quotes. So how many conditions, how many if formulas we have written?
3.
As we discussed, total condition 4 minus 1. Got it?
Correct.
Now, how many conditions are open?
3 conditions.
So ideally, we should go for 3 close brackets.
Yeah.
So finally, we got the answer. Grade A.
Oh, okay.
So this is how you should write your multiple if statements. Any particular time you can get your result over here. So Subhamita, did you get that where you committed the mistake?
Yes.
Right. Yes, people. So give it a try. Do let me know any challenges there, not clear or anything.
Yes, got it.
Right. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you have to go for writing your multiple conditions. Like this is called nested if. Like if you have got some your scoring or grading system or your discount slab or incentive slab. So in those cases, or the income tax calculations, anything you can go for in this fashion and you can get your result, or you do your aging system, anything you name it. All right. So with this, we'll go for a short break of 10 minutes. So now it's my system 4:35.4:45 again. We are going to resume our session. So you can have a brisk and come back soon. We'll discuss the rest.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Well, friends, I believe everybody's back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes?
Yes.
So before break, we had discussed about the nested if formula, how to apply this over here. So now we are going to discuss some other two logical formulas of Excel, naming called and or. So these two formulas also sometimes it will be very useful in our Excel work or the spreadsheet application, whatever the data you have. But where to use this, what it does, let's have a discussion. And or formula comes into picture when you check more than one condition. And if all the conditions are true, then only the answer will be true in case of and formula. And whenever you check multiple conditions, if any condition in answer is true, or formula will be giving the answer as true. So this will be more clear when you go for a small example. Let's go for and. Take the logical check of our question number 2 or example number 2, score of A greater than 30. Just type as it is, we'll check that later, don't worry. Just type as it is, comma. Then it asks me logical 2. Score of B less than 60. That also we'll check later, don't worry. Now bracket close and hold on. Score of A, 50. Is it greater than 30? 50, is it greater than 30? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
So answer is
Yes.
true. Answer is technically true. Score of B, 90. Is it less than 60?
No.
So Technically,
No.
answer is
No.
false.
Yeah.
Technically, answer is false. So one is true, one is false. We are operating in and purpose, all the conditions are to be satisfied. Since one is not satisfied, what should be the answer? False. So
False.
this is what your and formula. So what we have understood, whenever you are checking multiple conditions, if all the conditions are true, then only the answer will be true in case of and formula. Similarly, we'll go and check with our or formula. Same logic, but with or we are going to check. Now, just 1 minute, watch my screen. Score of A, 50. Is it more than 30?
Yes.
So technically answer is true. So Excel is not going to bother about checking the rest of conditions. Since first condition itself, it is satisfied. And we are working with or. What will be the answer?
False.
True.
True.
True. In one of the conditions,
Right.
it's,
One condition.
Right. So what we have understood, whenever you are checking multiple conditions, if any condition is true, then or will be giving the answer as true. So that is what your or formula. So this is how people sometimes add an or formula, you can make use of that and you can get your results. So just give it a try. Is it working? Check it out, please.
Yes.
So I believe this nested if sheet, whatever we discussed, it's clear. All right, so let us go for our next sheet, naming called sum and product or sum and count. So now we are going to discuss some aggregate functions which will be really helpful while designing the dashboards and all summary report or any kind of template, and how to make use of the same we are going to discuss now. See, we have got 5 columns of data over here, naming date of training, name of the employee, division they belong to, how much salary they draw, and how much training expenses incurred upon them. That result is also there with us. Now, taking all these 5 columns into consideration, we need to answer all these 6 questions. So over here, the moment I go for this, then the first question, let's go and read that, what it is asking. It's asking count occurrence of division HFD. It means we need to deal with the division column. How many times HFD is there, that we have to make a count and we have to showcase the result. So whenever we have a criteria based counting to be done, we have a formula naming called count if. Count if. So when you go for count if, what it demands me? Range. So which range you have to deal with? We discussed. So which range you have to deal with?
Column C.
So we need to go and select the entire column. Now what it asked me? Criteria. What's my criteria?
HFT.
We must define within 2 double inverted quotes. Right. The moment I hit enter, this gives me the result 28. So this is how people we have understood whenever there is a criteria based counting to be done, we can go for a simple formula called count if. Check it out, please. Is it giving the result?
yes.
Prabhas.
Yeah.
Why can't we give the locking column here, because it may go, we don't want to count consider the other other part of these.
Because we are looking for only one cell answer. If there is multiple cases like HFD how many times, RAD how many times, like that, suppose it was there, then we should have logged it. Since we are looking only the answer in one cell, so we are not going to log. It's not necessary to log it. If I have got multiple cells to, again, I need to drag this formula towards down, then I should have logged.
Okay.
Right. So question 1, answer is clear, people?
Yes.
Right. Question number 2, count salary less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So which column you have to deal with?
Salary, fourth column, salary.
What we need to do in the salary column, wherever it is less than 1,50,000 US dollar salary, those cases alone we have to count how many times it is there. So again, criteria based counting to be done. Range is the salary, we know that very well.
Yeah.
Then coming to the criteria, what's my criteria? Less than 1,50,000 US dollars. So here, when you have a criteria mixed of operators in the sense like less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than, equal to, not equal to, as we discussed in the previous example, if that is the case, then we must define within two double inverted quotes. We must define within two double inverted comma. And the moment you go and hit enter, this is going to give the result 51. So this is again criteria based counting to be done. Over here, we got the answer. Check it out, please. Is it working?
Yes.
Now, question number 3. Some salary for division RAD. So which column you have to deal with?
C.
So first we need to check in division column wherever RAD is there, then corresponding salary we have to make a total. Do you agree? So
Yes.
basically we need to do a criteria based sum. So criteria based sum when used to be done, we have a ready-made formula called sum if. So what it demands me? Range. So which is the first range? Is the division column.
Division.
Then it asks me criteria. What's my criteria?
Salary.
No. That's not criteria. Which
RAD.
division? RAD.
RAD.
So within two double inverted quotes, I must write RAD. Like HFD, we discuss same thing. Now it is asking, comma, sum range. So which range you will be applying the sum formula?
Salary.
So now in the salary column. And the moment I hit enter, you can see we are going to get our result 90,64,787. So whenever you have a criteria based sum to be done, you can go for a simple formula like this called sum if. Kindly check it out. Are you getting the result? Okay. These people, how about others? Any difficulties in understanding?
Yes. Yes.
All right, now we'll go for our next sum salary above 2 lakh US dollar. So criteria based sum to be done. Well, which range we have to deal with?
Salary.
Salary. Okay. Next, criteria. What's my criteria?
Greater than 2
Greater
lakhs.
than.
How to define that?
Inverted commas.
Exactly. So greater than 2 lakhs, we have to write exactly within two double inverted quotes. Now what's next?
That's
Some range. Some range. So which range you will be applying the sum formula?
Again, the salary.
Yep. So we can go and give our salary again over here from this to this. But that is not required. Why? Because our range and some range, since it is the same range, we no need to go and extend our formula length by giving the sum range for one more time. So this is how one logic you can always keep in your mind to keep your formula length minimum, and formula size will not be heavy and file size will not be heavy. So again, criteria based sum over here, how to do it, we are clear with that. So kindly check it out. Are you getting the same answer over here? 1,32,63,214.
Yes. Professor, question. Sum if, and then we have put the range first and then the criteria, right? Greater than 2 lakhs.
Right.
So can we change the order, like greater than 2 lakhs in quote and then the range, right? It will not find.
Obviously, it will never be. Because this is a predefined instructions given by Microsoft. We cannot change that rule.
Okay.
So question number 4's answer. Are you getting the same? 1,32,63,214.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Very good.
So sir, if in case somebody moves the column D to some other column, so the formula will not capture it.
No, moved in the sense what exactly moved? Column D cannot be moved. Column D's values alone be moved, right?
Yes.
Right. So it will be always taking the column data, what is there in D column. So it will not get automatically changed accordingly. So you have to be very precise that when I'm referring to the column D, whatever the data in column D only it is going to pick. It doesn't understand whether it is salary is there or tomorrow it is going to be changed to invoice number. It doesn't understand. So it is just taking the values, what you have within column D.
Okay.
Right. So some salary for more than 50,000 US dollar, but less than 1,50,000 US dollar. What we need to do over here? Criteria based sum, but
put two criteria.
Yes. So when you have more than one criteria based sum to be done, sum if is not going to help us. We have to go for sum ifs, IFS, plural. So there is a formula, very powerful, but a bit peculiar. So stay focused. What exactly we need to do? Sum range. Which range we need to apply the sum formula, people?
Salary again.
Right. So we have taken that. Now, what is the next one it is asking?
More than 50,000.
No, read the formula.
Inverted commas.
Criteria range. Okay. Inverted comma more than 50,000.
No. Read the formula.
Criteria range 1.
Okay. What do you mean by criteria range 1?
What is that? If greater than 50,000?
No. See, this is what I told you. This formula is very powerful, but a bit peculiar. This is the place where people commits a mistake. As you believe, okay, I should write more than 50,000 over here. Okay, I agree. Then after criteria range 1, what it is demanding? It is asking criteria 1. So what is criteria 1? I'm going to define then. So more than 50,000, greater than 50,000 US dollar. So greater than 50,000 is my criteria. But where to search? Greater than 50,000 cases, where we are going to search?
Salary column.
Right.
The
So
salary column.
we have to go for, again, this salary column. So we have to go and define the salary column over here as criteria range 1. Now, comma. What is the next one? Asking criteria 1. So first criteria, greater than 50,000. So we know how to define greater than 50,000. Then comma, it is asking me criteria range 2. So as per the question, whatever the second criteria, where to search?
In the same salary column.
Exactly. So this is how you have to be very precise while defining this formula. And when I go for again this salary, comma, criteria 2. So less than 1,50,000 US dollar within two double inverted quotes, less than 1,50,000. You should define. And the moment when you go for this over here, I guess extra zeros are there, then this gives me the answer 21,99,323. So whenever more than one criteria based sum to be done, you can go for this formula called sum ifs. Please check it out. We're getting the answer 21,99,323. So any queries, people, in question number 5's answer, what we received? Everybody is able to get that?
Clear.
Yes.
Now, let us go for our question number 6. Find the total training expenses incurred between 1st August 2019 and 31st January 2020. So between these two dates, whatever the trainings happened and how much expenses incurred, we have to make a total of that. So basically criteria based sum to be done. But how many criteria? More than one. So we need to go for sum ifs. Again, sum range. So which range I need to apply the sum formula?
Training expenses.
Simple. So we'll go for training expenses. Fine. Now what it demands me? Criteria range 1. So what is my criteria range 1?
Correct. Again, same.
Check properly.
Criteria 1.
Date.
Yeah, date.
So whatever the training happened on 1st August 2019 and above cases, where to check?
Correct.
Where to check them? Where to search?
Column A.
So we should go and take the
Date of training.
entire date of training. Then what it demands me? Criteria 1. So what is my first criteria?
in 1st August, between 1st August.
Yeah, 1st August 29. So here, when there is a date related criteria is there, you have to be bit logical. Logical in the sense, whatever the training happened on 1st August, you have to include, and after that also you have to take. So you should not exclude 1st August training. You have to include that. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So what should be the logic? What should be the logic over here? The moment we are defining the condition within two double inverted quotes greater than equal to the date format, you have to be very precise. As per the date, what you have in your data, either DDMMYY or MMDDYY, same format you need to follow. So DDMMYY, in my case, it is showing DDMMYY. So I should take 01 hyphen AUG hyphen 2019. So this is going to be my criteria 1. Now what is asking? Criteria range 2. So whatever the second criteria, where to search?
The training cost expense.
No.
Date again.
Whatever the second
again.
criteria, it
Date
should,
again.
Yeah,
right.
date 31st
Yes.
January.
So we should take, that is again 4th August 2019 to the last row item, whatever we have. Then it is asking me criteria 2. So as per the question, second criteria, again, there is a date. So we have to be very precise. As I told you, whatever the training happened on 31st Jan, we have to take, and before that, correct? So less than equal to, again, the date format, 31st hyphen Jan hyphen 2020. So this is how the moment you go and hit enter, you'll be getting your result. So what happened over here? What is the mistake? We have defined A494, okay, more than equal to
January
right.
equal to.
Right. So Jan, we should go for hyphen. So the moment when I go for hyphen and 2020, this is going to give me the result, 84,284. So this is how, when there are two dates, between two dates, whatever the transactions happened, if you want to compute any point of time, you can go and define the logic like this. Okay. So check it out, please. Is it working?
Yes.
Okay. All right, friends. So this is how we have understood this aggregate functions, count if, some ifs, multi-criteria situation, if you're there, how to apply this kind of formula. So taking the live data, keep practicing about all these functions, because this is what we need mostly in while designing the dashboards, creating the summaries or templates, anything, you can make use of this. So kindly save all your workbooks and close it. So now in our sample case studies folder, there is a file called chart text. So we are going to discuss about charts and graphs. So we have discussed how to apply necessary formulas, how to do the necessary data cleansing, looking at the data, how to visualize the data a bit, how to apply the necessary functions and formulas in place, how to analyze the data like a professionals, presenting the different types of dashboards. And finally, when the time comes to present your boring numbers in a beautiful storytelling format in the charts and graphs, how to present it, we are going to discuss. So let's go to the file name called chart text and open it. So go to the sheet name called quick chart. go to the sheet name called quick chart. So here, let me take you through the data what we have. Suppose say these are the products we are selling to our customers, and based on that, how much revenue we have made, I have a simple report. Now, when I presented this tabular data, my boss is asking immediately, Prabhas, why don't you present the data in a graphical format? Well, you can keep your cursor anywhere in the data, Control A, and plot a graph. For that, you need to go for a shortcut, Alt F1. So F1 is not a direct key, then function Alt F1. So it will be giving a immediate chart. Confirm? Are you getting the chart in place?
Thomas, can you repeat it again? I was opening the file.
Yep. Alt F1 or function Alt F1 depends upon the keyboard to insert a chart.
Alt.
Which file?
Chart text.
Alt F1 and?
No.
Okay.
For your case, function Alt F1. If it is not a direct key, if F4 key while using, you are using the function F4, you should use function Alt F1.
Okay.
Yeah, file name is chart text. If you open, the sheet name is called quick chart. Selecting the data, plot a graph with Alt F1. Hope all of you are getting the chart ready-made available with a simple keyboard shortcut.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now take an example. When I presented the same to my boss is not quite happy. And he is telling, Prabhas, this chart is there in the same location where the data is there. It's not bigger in size. It's not neat and clean. It's not presentable. So why don't you do something with this and present in such a way, when I go and present it to the meeting, in the meeting, whoever they are, their people, they can see only the chart. There should not be any data. It should be bigger in size. It should be neat and clean. It should be presentable. So this is kind of something my boss is demanding to present our data. Well, if that is the case, then how to deal with? See, keep your cursor anywhere in the data, select your data, and on your keyboard, only press the button F11. If it is not a direct key, go for function with F11. What it is going to give me, an exclusive chart sheet over there. To insert a chart sheet. So these are the two quick and easy keyboard shortcuts to plot a graph out of any sort of data in Excel. So Alt F1 to create the chart in the same worksheet, F11 to insert this exclusive chart sheet over there. So if you see the exclusive chart sheet, only the chart is there. There is no data over here. Data is there in quick chart sheet. Neat and clean, presentable, bigger in size. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. Now coming to the quick chart sheet. Next sheet, that quick chart, you please take your cursor to that sheet and take your chart, align the same next to the data. Now the first thing first, whenever we have the chart in place, always go to your design button, the chart design or design, depending upon the version of Microsoft Excel you are working with. And I told you yesterday while taking the pivot session, what style we should opt it all the time. From the style category, always take the last one. I told you in pivot case, always take the last style because it is going to give you some kind of embossing effect or kind of emphasis effect or kind of intense effect or shadow impact, something you can get it from this version. Well, this is the first thing. Step 2. Inside the chart area, unwanted grid lines are there. I told you how to remove the same. So what's the procedure? How to remove?
Control minus?
No. Selecting the chart towards the right side, can you see a plus symbol turns up?
Okay.
If you go to plus symbol, a small pop-up menu comes over there and you can see there's an option called grid lines, which is checked. So you have to remove that. And then click the plus symbol. So these are the two minimum data formatting you must do whenever you go for a chart presentation. Hope this is working clear.
Yes.
Now, suppose say I am presenting the same, my boss is saying, Prabhas, this chart is okay, but all the products are having the identical color. Why don't you differentiate the products based on the multiple color options? Well, this data, I have to make some colorful presentation. Well, what you can do, right click your mouse pointer on any of the column. Exactly, take your mouse pointer to any of the column, right click upon the same. You'll be getting an option called Format Data Series. And if you click that, the dialog box appears, Format Data Series on the right side. There are three icons over there. The first icon deals with fill and line. Fill and line. If you click that, fill and line, we have a fill option inside.
Where is the format data series? Where do you click?
On any column, right click inside the chart area. On any column, right click of your mouse or touchpad. Format Data Series will there in the bottom.
Am I supposed to select complete column and then I'm?
No. You don't need to select. If you right click on any of the column, all the columns will be automatically selected. You keep your cursor outside. Are you getting Format Data Series?
Got it. Yeah, got it.
Right. So when you get this window, go to Format Data Series. First icon is called Fill and Line. Inside, Fill is there. So if you navigate through the Fill button, there's an option called Vary Colors by Point. A checkbox is there. Just activate this. And immediately you'll be finding over here, the entire chart will become a multicolored chart over here.
Yeah.
So I believe everybody is getting the multicolored chart ready, people?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, once we have made it, let us have a discussion how to make it more informative.
Prabhas,
Yeah.
just wait. Can you repeat again for the products in x-axis and the values in y-axis?
What is X and Y? We never discussed anything about X and Y.
No. The product values in the down. Actually, I'm Alt F1. It shows only, it appears only chart area. Then where we can pick the values here.
No, it's not like that. Could you please share your screen?
Yeah. Yeah, are you able to see the screen?
Not yet.
Here?
Not yet, Ganga. You are sharing your window or screen or desktop. What exactly you are sharing?
Yeah, I'm sharing the window.
No, don't share the window. Either share the screen or desktop.
Are you able to see the screen?
Now it's getting loaded. Yeah, you just delete that chart, what you have created. Select and delete. Yeah. So this is what the chart.
Alt F1.
No, you have not selected the data. How Excel will understand what you are going to populate?
Okay.
First, no. First, select the chart area, what you have created.
Sorry?
This chart, what you have created, that you delete, or else it will be overlapping. Yes, it's deleted now. Now select your data. Control A. No. You should not exclude the headers. Now Alt F1. Yeah. Now you go to the style, take the last style from the design tab, take the last style. No, that's not the last one. Still further more down is there. Yes. Now it is the last one. Can you see that embossing effect, some kind of polished effect, it comes up?
Yes.
Yeah. Now go for plus symbol to the right side of the chart. Grid lines to be deactivated. Yes. Click the plus symbol again. Now right click on any column exactly. No, not there, not there. In the chart area, right click on any column exactly. No. Right click on any column. Yeah. Format data series. First icon, first icon, first icon. Yeah. Fill. Within that, vary colors by point. Checkbox activate. Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm taking the control back on the screen, people, and I believe everyone has got the similar page over here on the screen. And now the moment we go for this over here, what we have created so far, it is an outdated version of your chart. Yes. So much of things we have done, we are quite happy. It looks good also, but still this is an outdated version of your chart. So now we'll see what is the latest version, what people they demand, what people prefer to see. Take your mouse pointer to any of the column and right click inside the chart area. We have an option add data labels. And when you go for add data labels, each and every column wise, the respective values will be populated in the top. Right, people?
Yes.
Now, make sure that whenever you are maintaining the data labels, ensure select one of the data label. All the data label would be in selection. So first you make it bold. First you make it bold. Control B to make it bold. Now make sure that this is readable by the audience by simply enhancing the font size to 1 or 2 points. So how to enhance my font size? I'll tell you. You can go for a simple keyboard shortcut. Control, Shift, and greater than to increase the font size.
Yes.
Similarly, to decrease the font size, Control, Shift, less than. Now, once you have this over here, when you are having the data labels in place, then the axis scale doesn't play any role. If you want to maintain the axis scale, there is no point of embedding the data labels. But as an audience, if you want to see which one is giving an instant information, the axis type value or the data labels.
Data labels.
Definitely. So what should be the treatment for my axis scale? You can select and go for delete. Select and delete. So this is no more required. Now, once we have this chart title in the center, those days have gone where people do prefer to see having the chart title in the center. Nowadays, if you see the chart title are always in the right side. If you read the Economic Times newspaper, if you navigate to any of the money control site, or if you see the Big Four firms presentations, or if you see the Bain and Co, McKinsey and Company presentations, you will be always be finding the chart title will be there in the right side. Now, as I told you in day 2 itself, that whenever you are presenting your data to the audience, don't present as it is because nobody likes it. So audience is having a different level of expectation, and we have to present our data effectively in such a way that it should tell a beautiful story to the people. This is what audience expects. So we should not write a paragraph to tell the story. Our data should be efficient enough to tell the story. So how to make it? Just see. Select your data. Right click upon the same. We have an option called sort, and we have an option called custom sort. And when you go for custom sort, it will take you to a sorting dialog box where sort by is there. Sort by, you choose our sales in USD. And then order, you choose largest to smallest. And the moment you go for largest to smallest and click OK, can you see a beautiful story turns up? Anybody, whoever is looking at my data, he can simply understand. Out of entire product details from cocoa powder, we have got the maximum revenue. And from the custard powder, we have got the least revenue. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So this is how people we have understood. Whenever there is a need, how to create a beautiful chart and present it effectively to the audience. Any questions?
No.
It's clear.
Okay. Now, once we have done with this, let's go for our next combo chart. Now, let us go for this kind of chart, where and how to use this. So we have got 12 months sales data, you can see. And the third column is showing contribution. So contribution is nothing but our sales in percentage. So I'm just making it precise so that everybody is clear. Sales percentage. So 3 columns are there. Okay. Hope the data is clear what we have with us.
Yes.
Now, if I need to present it effectively, select your data and plot a graph. What is the shortcut?
Alt Control Shift 1 something.
Alt F1.
Alt F1.
Yeah.
Now, once you have the chart in place, as I told you, first thing first, what needs to be done?
Remove the grids.
No, that's not the first thing.
Go to the chart design and change the style.
Absolutely. So going to design over here and change. Then what's the step 2?
Then go to the plus sign and then remove the grid lines.
Right. So this is what by default it should be your practice. Whenever you create a chart, these are the first 2 mandatory things of minimum formatting you should do. Then you talk about the rest. Okay. Hope it is clear up to this.
Yes.
Now, no need to do anything. Kindly watch my screen for a minute and understand what is the problem in our chart. Okay. In this chart, if you see, our legend is doing sales INR. Can you see that?
Yes.
And in chart also, those legends based on that, the columns are also appearing. So anybody can make out what is this sales data. Okay. There is one more legend also called list sales percentage. But do you see anywhere the percentage signs or symbols of legend?
No.
Why is it something like that? And where it has gone? It is there, but it is sitting somewhere in the
it is
bottom.
down.
So that doesn't make any sense. This kind of chart, when you provide it, people can't read your data. So why is it happening like this? Let's go and discuss. See, the moment you go for our sales data, this is running in numbers. But sales percentage, it's running in percentage. Now, these are 2 different formats and cannot be combined in one axis. Okay. So what we need to do, we need to create one more column in the right side of the chart area. We call it as Z or Z axis. We call it as the secondary axis of the chart. And in Excel terms, we call it as the combo chart over here. So now in this place, we are going to create one axis, and this sales percentage data we are going to showcase over here. All right. So this is called your combo chart. Hope you got a clarity why we need to have a combo chart.
Yes.
Okay.
The format.
Right.
How to create in Excel?
We are going to do that. First, I gave you the theoretical understanding. Now we are going to implement the same. So right click anywhere in the chart area, right click anywhere in the chart area. We have an option, change chart type. Change chart type. If you click, it will take you to your entire chart family. A dialog box appears where you have an option in the list called combo. In the bottom left, extreme bottom, do you see an option called combo?
Yes.
Now from there, the moment you click combo, it will be taking you through cells over here. It is showing cluster column. Okay. But sales percentage, it is showing line. So instead of line, go for that option. Instead of line, go for line, drop down and choose line with markers. And then once you do this over here, can you see one secondary axis box also available? That box is not enabled. Checkbox is not enabled immediately.
Yeah.
Now you have to enable this and click over here, OK. And see the beauty. One more axis is created to the right side, and this is called your sales percentage data. And in the left side, sales in INR data is there. So this is how you can take a call whenever you have got multiple columns data to be populated in one single graph. Some columns you can retain in the primary axis, some are in the secondary axis. So any doubt, any queries, people, anybody?
No.
Is it clear? Working, Shraddha? Pradeep?
Yes, clear.
Pradeep, what is the status?
Yeah, all right.
Okay, Gautam? Shilpa?
Yeah, Prabhas.
Okay.
Working.
Okay. Fine then. So I believe we all are clear what we created as a combo chart. This will be very, very helpful, people. So instead of overloading your chart and making a mess over here, you can always decide some data to retain in the primary axis, some are to be in the secondary axis. So it will be giving more clarity and people will love to see such kind of charts. Now we'll go for the next chart type is called budget versus actuals or target versus actuals or planned versus actuals. If that is the need, then how to present such kind of charts with no time. So we have a sales data. Okay, so the yellow colored cells, name cells, you can delete that. No problem. That is just for the understanding I created. Now we have got month-wise some targets and we have got some actuals also. Now, if that is the case, how to present this data? You can select your data. What is the shortcut?
All.
Slowly.
Yeah. Data is selected. Plot the chart.
Alt F1.
Okay. Now, once you have made it over here, chart is ready. First thing first, as we discussed, going to
chart style.
Very good.
Design.
Step 2.
Grid line.
Okay.
Less symbol and the grid lines.
Yes. Now, once you have made all these things, then right click on the chart area. Go for change chart type. And again, combo is there.
Yes.
Then target data, it is showing clustered column. You can see also. So it is always better to present your target data with a line format. So go for the drop down and choose line with markers. Always line with markers. Then actuals, it is showing line now. So instead of line, go for the actuals drop down and choose over here custom. The very beginning in the top, you will be finding a column category clustered column. So if you choose cluster column, the very first options from the column category, and click OK. No need to do any changes in the secondary axis. No need to select anything. Just go and click OK, and you can see a beautiful chart turns up over here. So this is how, whenever there is a need, you can go for your target versus actuals, budget versus actuals, or plan versus actuals.
But here, if we are not selected that box, the percentage column is not added here, right?
Yeah, it will never come because that is for secondary access. Your secondary access is no more required. Secondary access comes into place when you will have two different types of scaling or two different types of formats of your data. Then you have to take a call about that.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, people, any questions? Now take an example. This is what I have presented to my people in the first month of the year, because this kind of data presentations, it is recurring in nature. Every month end, quarter end, half yearly, yearly, we need to make such kind of presentations. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now suppose say on the first month of the year, financial year, I have presented something like this to my people. Next month again I have to show. So when I'm going to present it, if the target audience is the same, definitely their expectation would have been increased. And if I'm going to show the same chart just by changing the data or updating the records, do you think that it is going to give that much of impact to the audience?
No.
So the question is how to make it different, because people are always looking for something unique, something different from the last time what you have showed to them. So I will tell you, this is what the helpless situation for us. We have the data only to be updated. We cannot change the chart type completely. So the better option, what you can do, I'll tell you, to give some different feeling to the audience, select this chart, copy it, and hold it, drag it in the bottom. The existing chart, what you had, we have copied and we have brought it in the bottom. Now, next to the data, you just select a cell and paste it. So we have created a clone of our existing chart, nothing else. So please confirm this is ready.
Can you repeat again?
Select the chart, copy that, Control C, then hold it and drag it in the bottom. Then next to the data, keep your cursor, select a cell and paste it, Control V.
Okay.
So chart is ready.
Yes.
So assume that in the previous month, we have presented target versus actuals in this format. Okay. This time when I'm going to present it, how to give a different feeling to my audience. See the beauty. On the same chart, what you have pasted, just right click upon the chart area, anywhere inside the chart area, change chart type. Go for it. Then you can see we have an option called combo. There you go for the target data. It is showing line with markers. No need to do any changes in that. Go to your actuals. This is showing clustered column. Instead of that, go for the drop down and choose line with markers also. So technically both the options you choose as line with markers. So this is one more format of your target versus actuals or planned versus actuals or budget versus actuals people prefer to see. And the moment you click OK, you got your chart ready. So sometimes you show like this, and sometimes you alternatively, you can keep changing the data chart in the month on month. So looks neat and clean, presentable, quite easy to understand, and instantly giving the information. So target versus actuals, budget versus actuals, no time, how to create it, we got a clarity. Any questions? Anybody, people?
No, it's clear.
Okay. Now, the next sheet we have called waterfall. So this is one of the beautiful chart type which is introduced only in 2016 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. Earlier it was not there. But yes, this chart is really going to make a lot of presentation. I mean, it will make your presentation more informative. And nowadays, this is what hotcake in the market, and people prefer to see this kind of charts the most. But what is this waterfall? Sometimes people name it as a staircase diagram. Sometimes people call it as a bridge chart. So people have different mm, terms they have coined, but technically this is called waterfall. So where this kind of chart is going to be helping me? When you have a mixed data like positive and negative, say I am comparing the data, a growth column I am making it, or month and month comparison I am making it, or I have got some HR data, attrition rate, new people joining, exit employees are leaving. So all this data or cash flow analysis I'm making, or if I'm making a stock movement, receipts and issues, so receipts will be plus, issues will be minus. So if this kind of situations are there, then you can make a presentation of our waterfall. And where else we can use it, I'll tell you. When you have a sequence of your activities, suppose you have got a series of actions or activities, and those things again you want to plot it in a graphical format, there also you can use waterfall. So it will be more clear when you go for a small example. Let's go for it. See, suppose say I have a product to launch, and for that I have purchased some material of 50,000 rupees. Okay, now I have incurred a cost of 1 lakh on the labor part on the same product, and when I brought the same to my factory to process the same, I have incurred a cost of 2 lakh rupees in my plant area. So total, how much cost I have incurred so far? If suppose somebody is asking a question, what will be my answer?
350.
Simple. Now suppose say when I purchase the raw material from the overseas, or I import the raw material, our government is giving some benefits to take the input credit, or say in the layman terms, cashback. So I have received a refund or a cashback of 25,000 rupees from my government. So if somebody is asking me, Prabhas, how much total expenditures you have incurred in that particular product? So what will be my answer? So 3 lakh 50 minus 25. So 3 lakh 25. This will be my answer, correct?
Yes.
So this is what the overall story for this product, how much expenses we have incurred. I have tabulated. But my boss is saying, Prabhas, why don't you present it in a graphical format? Why don't you plot a graph out of this? Now see the beauty. No need to do anything. If I go and plot a graph with Alt F1, do you see any kind of relationship from one activity to other? Do you see any kind of connectivity?
No.
It is just showing as if individual series is there, some options are there, I have plotted in a graph. Do you feel that there is a connectivity from material to labor, labor to overhead, overhead to tax credit, anything like that? Or do you feel that there is a sequence of activities happening over here?
No.
So
No.
this is the reason why this kind of chart is not going to help us to present our story for this tabular data. So what we can do, we can go for simply right click upon the same, change chart type. Here we have an option called waterfall. And as I told you, this is available only in 2016 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. And when I go for waterfall and click OK, can you see? Immediately some kind of over here staircase kind of look it is giving. That's why people call it as a staircase.
Yeah.
And if you see one activity to another, some connectivity lines are there. Can you see?
Yes.
So this is why people call it as also a bridge chart, but technically this is a waterfall chart. So please
Yes.
check it out. Is it working?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So though we got a waterfall chart, people, but this chart is not ready as a waterfall. Yes. Why? I'll tell you. If you look at our story, how many activities we have?
5.
Are you sure?
4.
1 is negative.
5.
Though negative, that is also activity.
Yeah,
Because
4.
technically,
6.
technically 4.
Cost.
Material, labor, overhead, tax credit. These are the activities. Total cost is not an activity. It is the summation of above the values, right? Total cost is not a activity at all. It is the summation of all these activities what we have expenses incurred, correct?
Yes.
Right. So we cannot consider total cost as an activity. But the problem is in our waterfall, total cost also it considers as an activity. This is the place where it has gone wrong. So what we need to do now is select your total cost. So you can see entire activities are in selection, right? All the activities are in selected. You can see that.
Yes.
Select total cost one more time. So now only total cost would be selected. You can see. Now right click upon the same. You will be finding an option called set as total. Able to see, people? Set as total. And once you click that, what is happening now? Can you see the transformation? It immediately changes the direction. It goes and touching to the axis now. Right?
Yes.
Now you can go for taking the mouse pointer to any of the activity column and right click and go for add data labels. So when you go for add data labels, now this is going to tell you a beautiful story. So whomsoever I am presenting my data, what kind of message it is going to give it to the people? Let's see. The moment I am presenting, you can notice over here, my activity starts for that project from material. So once I spent 50,000 rupees, I have procured my material. Can you see it is touching the axis of 50,000? Right, people?
Yes. Yes.
Now, once the material expenses is over, then only the labor expenses starts. Without material expenses, can I go and spend for the labor? Can I do that?
No.
So
No.
it comes only once the material part is over, it comes only after that. It is not touching to the axis. Can you see?
Yes, it's not touched.
So now 50,000 plus 1 lakh individual data labels. Is it touching the line of 1 lakh 50?
Yeah.
Like this, 2 lakhs plus 1 lakh 50. Is it touching the line of 3 lakh 50?
Yes.
Now the total cashback is returned to us 25,000. So it shows in the reverse direction. And finally, the activity gets over here. So as a company CEO, if I want to see the larger picture of this over here, I can see immediately by looking at the total cost that how much expenses I have incurred in that project. Now, if I am interested in each and every individual activity wise, how much I've spent, I can look at each and every individual activity. The data labels will be speaking the story, correct? So this is how people, this kind of charts is very popular nowadays. So it is not confined to accounts or finance, wherever, whichever the department you are working with, you can make use of this chart and people will love to see that. But yes, this is available only in 2016 and above, that 2016 of only professional and enterprise editions, not with the student or basic versions, you will be getting that. So that's called our waterfall. Is it clear? Any doubt?
Clear.
Right. Now we'll go for our next pie chart. Sometimes what it happens, people, we have to present our data in a pie chart format. People are more interested to see this. Even though you create a beautiful chart, they don't like it. They demand, no, I want to see a pie chart. So if that is the case, then how to present it effectively? Select your data. We have got month and sales, and plot a graph pie chart where it is going to insert. In the chart section, there is a pie option. You can choose 2D pie. Kindly confirm, able to see?
Yeah.
Right. Now, once you go for this 2D pie option, okay, I told you first thing first, once you have the chart in place, what I need to do? Going to design, take the last style. Then this kind of legend appears, doesn't make any sense. You can select and delete.
Yes, got it.
Right. Now, once we have made this, then now this chart title we can retain in the right side. This is what we discussed. Latest style, it says that chart title should be in the right side. Now we'll see how to make our chart more informative. So what you can do, right click upon any of the pie and you have an option called add data labels. So when you go for add data labels, can you see some data labels are appearing inside the pie, some are outside of the pie area. This is how the structure. Right.
Yes.
So now ideally, where we should retain the data labels, inside the pie or outside the pie?
Outside the pie is the best.
Definitely. So select one of the data labels and right click upon the same. You will be getting an option called format data labels. A dialog box appears from the right side of our chart window and it shows the label position as best fit. So go for outside end. When you change it, can you see all your data labels are appearing now outside of the pie area? So please
Yes.
confirm you're able to get that.
Yes,
Okay.
I got it.
Right. How about the others people?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you made it, as I told you, make sure your data labels are readable by the audience. So first thing, make it bold, Control B. Increase the font size if it is needed, 1 or 2 points. How to increase the font size? We discussed a keyboard shortcut. What was that?
Control greater than.
No. Control Shift and greater than.
Yes.
Right. Now, one thing for sure we know that in pie chart, we cannot ever express our data labels having in numbers. It has to be in percentage. So in the window box to the right side, can you see one percentage checkbox which is not activated? And if you activate, your data labels appears along with percentage. So once percentage is in place, value doesn't play any role. So exactly above 2%, one more checkbox which is activated called value. Please deactivate that. Now your data labels are only with percentage value. But mere having the percentage, people may ask, what is this red color? Which month that data? Blue color for which month? So before they ask, why don't you provide? So there is an option called category name above to the value checkbox. Make it active. So just activate it. Immediately, you'll be finding all the data labels will be containing the respective month names along with the percentage value. Kindly check confirm. Did you receive the same?
Yes.
Right. But the problem is this is looking so messy because it is appearing in two different lines and sometimes it is overlapping with one another. So that's why this is not the right way to express it. So how to bring some kind of more clarity over here or giving the more eye-catchy presentation? There is a separator box over here in the same window box on the right side below to legend key. There is a separator box and there is a drop down as well over here. You can go and navigate the drop down. You have an option called space. Can you see, people?
Yeah, got it.
So when you go for space with immediate effect, it will be appearing in one line. So this is what we did over here. What is that? First, we changed to outside end. Then we have gone for activating percentage. Then we have deactivate over here the values option. Then we have activated category name. Then we have gone for separator and we have changed the drop down to space. These are the things we did in this window. Hope it is clear, working for everyone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, once we have made it over here, then this window box work is over. I can deactivate this. Okay. Now my pie chart is ready, no doubt. But what we prepared, anybody can do that. Do you agree? This is a simple features. Anybody can prepare
Yes.
that. And what I have been always emphasizing upon from day one, that how to make our presentation different from others. Correct? So now we are going to discuss how to make this pie chart in such a way so that whenever we are going to present it to the people, it should tell a beautiful story so that people would be happy watching the same. Ideally, what it says that whenever you create your pie chart, first you identify which pie contains the maximum percentage. And that pie has to be always facing in the top left corner like this. So technically, our case, May month is containing the highest percentage. Can you see that on my screen?
Yes.
That should be in the place of November. So the May month pie should be there in the November month facing to the top left corner. Is it mandatory? Not mandatory, but that is the latest style. So why I need to bring it, we'll discuss that, don't worry. But how to bring it now, we are going to discuss. So what you can do, first 1 minute, watch my screen. I will right click on any of the pie and there I have an option format data series. And then a window box comes, it shows me angle of first slice. And when I go for this over here, there is a bar, there is a marker over here. Now what I need to do, I will slowly move this marker over the bar. Can you see my pie chart starts rotating? Can you see that? So I have to rotate in such a way till I get this May month facing to the top left corner, the diagonal corner, I have to return like this. So now it is ready, no problem. And then I can go for next. Okay, this is going down, right? So please confirm you are able to do that. Right click on any of the pie, format data series, angle of first slice, that marker alone to be moved with the bar, or you can increase the degree of rotation in this box also. Some at 125, you will be reaching the exact point. Yes, people, are you getting the same?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Now, once you have the same over here, now just 1 minute, watch my screen, people. Okay, I got my things ready. Now, I will select my May month pie. Now, all the entire pie chart is in selection. All the pies are in selection. I will select one more time. Now only May month is in selection, you can see. Now what I need to do, like the way when you go to a Pizza Hut and you take a pizza and you take a slice out, similarly, hold the May month pie alone and take it a little bit up. So this is what going to tell you a beautiful story. So any layman, whoever is watching my data, he can simply understand during the entire year from the May month, we got the maximum revenue. Makes a story.
Yes.
So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can present your data in a pie chart format with the better versions and in a storytelling format. And people will love to see that. So this is the story of pie chart. Any doubt, any queries in pie chart, people?
No.
Now, this is for your information. Sheet name called benchmark chart. Nowadays, when you see from your European and American counterparts, if you're working with an MNC, they prefer to see the chart type like this. Now, what is this chart exactly? Benchmark. There is no such kind of benchmark chart in the chart category. This is nothing but the other versions of our target versus actuals, budget versus actuals, or planned versus actuals. So people have coined the name as benchmark. So whenever you happen to see this kind of chart, don't worry, there is no such kind of chart category. This is just a coin term. Okay. Now, coming to the next, is called automatic chart. So what is the meaning by automatic chart? Is it something by looking at the data, we'll be commanding to Excel and Excel will be plotting the chart on behalf of us by recognizing our voice? No, that's not possible because that kind of artificial intelligence, so far, it has not come yet by Microsoft, which will be understanding our voice and plotting the data. May come in another 1 or 2 year maximum, because nowadays people talk a lot about AI and machine learning, right? So here, automatic chart is something we'll be plotting our chart only once in such a way. Whenever we go and upload our data, our chart will be automatically taking care about the results. How it is going to happen? Let's see. So if you notice, in our case, we have got 12 months data. Kindly select March to December and delete. Kindly select March to December and delete. Numbers are changing. Everyone is getting a different number. Don't be panic for that. This is because of rand between formula. So let it be. Numbers are changing. Don't worry about it. First, delete your data. So March to December, is it deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Now, no need to do anything. Kindly stay focused on my screen. So I have got 2 months data. So I have got something to compare with. It is ready for plotting a graph. Okay, I plot a graph. Now tomorrow, when I complete my business for the month of March, and if I plot my data, do you believe that my March month data is plotting inside the chart area? Is it coming up?
No.
So in that case, what we do, we see the chart, then we realize, oh, our data range is not extended to March. So what we do, we take our mouse pointer and slightly we enhance the range like this. And then immediately it comes. Can you see that? So what we do, there is nothing wrong what we are doing, absolutely perfectly all right. But this action is recurring in nature. Every month end, whenever we complete the business, we have to slightly enhance the range. And in this case, you can ask me a question, Prabhas, what if I go for in this fashion? If I go and plot the range, it will be creating a lot of empty space in the chart area. So is this the right way? Can I say to my audience, if somebody is asking, Prabhas, why there are so many blank cells? So can I say to my boss, sir, we are yet to complete the business calendar year or financial year. That's why it is showing the blanks. Is it the right way?
No.
So what we did, we have to stop doing that. So what is the better version of the chart presentation? Let's go for it. Let's start working together. Select your data. Day 2, I told you, and day 3 also I told you how to convert your data into table. What is the shortcut? Convert the
Control
data. Control
T for table.
Very good. Control T for Tango, T for table. We have discussed in our multi-DB filter exercise and yesterday in pivot table also. When we started pivot table, I told you convert your data into table. So my data is converted down to table. Now, plot a graph. What is the shortcut? Alt F1.
Alt F1.
Right. Now, first thing first, as I told you, what we need to do?
Of the grid lines.
No, that is the second step. First step is first change always the style. Then go for your plus symbol and remove the grid lines. Then you do the rest, whatever you have learned in the quick chart sheet, do the rest. Add the data label, make it bold, increase the font size, remove the axis scale. Title, you can keep it in the right side. And if you want to go for multicolors, right click on any column, format data series, first icon, fill, vary colors by point. So whatever the techniques we learned in our quick chart sheet, the same thing immediately we applied this. That's it, nothing much. So once it is ready, please confirm.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, just 1 minute, watch my screen. Suppose say, I made all this chart ready. Now tomorrow I complete the business for the month of March. So for the time being, fill only the month column. MAR, enter, March is populating. APR is added. MAY coming up. JUN. Can you see? What is happening? Automatically, the data columns are populated inside the chart. The interval between the columns or spacing, it's automatically get adjusted and become uniform. Data labels also coming up automatically. The colors also automatically getting changed. All these things happens automatically, right? Now, what is the beauty of doing the same? The beauty of this is any point of time, if you want to showcase your quarterly information, you don't need to show the entire data to the people, just show only the quarterly information, April, May, and June. And the moment you click OK, whatever the people are interested in watching, that is the data only we are showing to the people. So no unwanted data, no unwanted questions. And within the limited timeline, you are able to successfully present it. This is the beauty. And here, the data turns up automatically because of the formula ran between. But in the real time, you have to type your data over here. So don't expect that Excel will automatically type the data also. No, that's not going to happen. So this is how, again, one more feature of format as table option, how this is helping us. We have understood that. All right, people. So this is called our automatic chart. Any doubt, any queries in this automatic chart sheet?
No.
All right, so kindly save all your workbooks, people. And this is it from our chart side. And this is what our end of Excel training. So only thing is you have to take the entire, whatever things, the learnings, takeaways, you have to keep practicing and you have to start implementing in your regular work. And this is the way you can improve yourself. And keyboard shortcuts, of course, on daily basis, make a point, at least 1 or 2 keyboard shortcuts you should learn and you should keep implementing. Trust me, in 30 days itself, you can see a lot of improvements in your workplace. You don't need any other persons to check or judge, or you don't need any data also to practice with. You have your own live data. Keep implementing there. All right. So any queries from day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, anything you can ask me right now.
Prabha sir, how about the sum product and index match?
Some product I have told you in day 1 itself.
Okay.
Yeah, index match, you don't need to go for VLOOKUP match is sufficient for you.
Okay.
So day one recording, if you see the very first example, we discussed about some product, the business maths.
Yes, yes, got it.
Right. Yes, people. Any other queries from anybody? Hope it was informative. It was a fruitful investment of your 16 hours time, people.
Yes, of course.
Hello, Prabhas.
Yeah.
I have one query.
Yeah, Pradeep.
Yeah. Can you open the last sheet?
In the charts, you mean to?
No, yeah, this one.
Okay.
Anyhow.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a simple question.
Mm-hmm.
For example, if we have data in a benchmark chart and we want to show the chart in the automated chart, so can I do it?
Yeah, definitely. See, the case of benchmark. So you can ask me a direct question, how to create this kind of chart, right?
No, I'm just trying to ask you if the data is in another sheet and if you want to show the result in another sheet, so is this possible?
Oh, obviously, this is this chart. You can simply take it. Suppose say I have got the data over here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now the chart I want to showcase in a different sheet. This is what the question in the simple terms, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I can go to the next sheet over here. Automated chart is there. You go for this Control X and go to the next sheet. Control V. Now, whenever I do the changes over here, anything, suppose say take an example, I have done some changes in the data. This is going to reflect accordingly.
Okay, and what about this is the chart, and if you want to do some actions, some operations in the data form, like for example, in the same sheet I have some students. Okay, I have one for example one class. In this class there is 36 students. I have some data, and if I in another sheet I just want to sum of the student 36. And if I add one extra student in the another sheet, so I want to just reflect that data in the another. So is this possible?
Yeah, you can. That's what I told you in the automatic chart. If you convert your data into table, automatically the data will
No, not about the tables actually. I'm just asking about the data, not about the table.
No, data will not get automatically added unless and until the data is converted into table. You cannot get this data automatically appended over here. It will not happen.
For example, we have the automated chart only this data, and again, if you add one extra sheet, if you can.
Okay.
Yeah. And now I just want to sum just the last data sum in this here.
Okay. Sum.
You got my point?
No, you want to sum up these values, you mean to say?
Yeah.
Okay. What is that you're going to achieve if you go for sum of these values? So if I go for sum of these values over here, say take an example, I'll go for this. Right. I got it. Then tomorrow, if you want to add one more, say July, you mean to say, and you go for the values, are you going to get the total of that, you mean to say?
Yeah.
So if I go for this table to revenue, it is showing. So total of this, is it showing this much? Because the data is keep on changing over here, 26,226. So here 26,226 automatically turns up.
All right. Got it. And is this possible if we have the separate sheets, like this is in a single sheet? But if you have the separate sheets, is it possible?
It's in a one file. So if you have multiple files, you have a different files you are talking about, right? No, if I'm right, here in all the sheets are in the same workbook, in the same Excel file we are able to do. You are quite convenient and clear with that. So now your question is, if my data is in two different files, then you can do or not. This is what the question, right? Yes, you can. See, Excel is not confined to one particular Excel file. You can do the data integration from two different Excel file, two different Excel sheets, anything you can do.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's nice.
No problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, people. Any other queries from anybody? You can ask me. So any improvements needed in this training program, you feel that you can give your feedback open end, because I do not maintain a feedback form kind of culture and all, because that is really painful. So whatever it is, it anything missing, you can add me over here. Perhaps you could have added this, or you could have eliminated this, or in this way it would have made it somewhat better. Anything, because that is how I keep asking all my participants whenever I conduct the program, and that is helping me to polishing my contents and curating the contents and making it more even tailor-made. So anything you feel you can share, no problem. Anything you like the most about the training, that also you can share, no problem.
All query have been resolved.
Okay, that's a good answer Pranjali has given. Good, I am happy. So Shilpa, hope it was last time you could not attend, so it is now fruitful results you have received.
Yeah, yes, Prabhas. It's
Okay.
very helpful.
Okay, great.
The only thing is we need to practice again and again.
Yeah, that's
when you teach, like, it sounds very simple.
Yes.
But when we go back to the worksheets, we need to be.
No, that is what that is what that kind confidence you have to bring it up only with the practice. So that's what the great people have said. No, the more you practice, it makes more perfection over there. Yeah.
True.
Yes, Prabhas, we need to practice more.
Yes.
Then we can resolve all of our issues.
Right. So during the practice, people, if you have come across any kind of queries, I'm there to support you. Don't worry. So it is my email ID. So you can very well drop me your mails with the sample data and having the instructions. Okay, this is what purpose I'm trying and I'm unable to get it. Could you please help me out? So give me at least 1 day time. Definitely you'll be getting your reply. Don't worry about it, because this is completely monitored. This email ID is monitored by me only. So I always keep replying my queries of the participants in the weekend trainings, and rest of the corporate trainers, our trainers are there to attend all those things. So don't worry about that, but practice well. That is very, very essential. And yes, you'll be getting the session voice recordings as committed, and I am giving. So today also you'll be getting the session 4 recordings, and I request you go to the recordings, anything you believe, okay, because you are the person who are going to see again the full recording. I cannot see that. I mean, I don't have time technically. So anything is missing in the voice part, clarity, or anything that lacking with this kind of internet connectivity, anything is issues you come across, please drop me in that comment section, because you are going to get, or you would have received the YouTube links. So this is meant for you. So I request download the same. Don't keep it idle. Just 1 or 2 days take time. Just take it, download it, and retain the local disk copy with you. So tomorrow at all, if at all anything goes wrong or the link is missing, there might be a chance, because so many times there are a lot of attacks are also happening nowadays in the YouTube links. So there might be a chance your links may be missing or links may be corrupted. So don't worry about that. That's the reason why. For the safer side, please download and keep a copy with you all the time. And whenever during the practice, you can refer that, not an issue. All right. Fine then, people. So if there is no queries, shall we call it as a day?
One more thing, Prabha, sorry.
Yeah, please ask. No problem.
For Power BI.
Yeah. So
yeah, actually,
yes.
Yeah, 16 hours is there, yeah.
Right. 16 hours. It starts from August 7. All 4 Sundays, the training program would be, timing would be 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
It's 5 hours.
No, 4 hours.
4 hours, yeah.
Yeah. 4 hours each, weekly 1 day, because you need enough time to practice also, since it is a completely new tool. And Microsoft also keep upgrading the things over there time and again. And there is also a prerequisite. You should download Power BI and install it on your system, make it ready. And you should have the system requirement like Windows 10 and above operating systems. Minimum 8 GB RAM should be there in your system. And while doing this Power BI session, you should not open any other applications, attending emails, replying the queries, and all those things, any chat box, WhatsApp, all these things you have to stop, because your entire RAM has to be used for only Power BI window. So this is how the prerequisites we always will be mentioning, that when you are going for, nominating yourself to the program, the minimum instructions, the guidelines you will be getting in the email format, and you have to stick to that business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Prabhas.
Yes,
Thank
Prabhas.
you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
No problem.
Thank you.